Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate your time. Do me a favor, click on the thumbs up button. Also, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. And like I always say, if you want to be one of the first people notified when I drop some of this straight game, do me a favor and click on what appears to be that little bell notification right below this video. The Diddy trial live, gavel to gavel coverage. Let's get into it.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. To play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Another day with the Diddy gavel to gavel coverage. Let's get right into it. Waste no time. We have Mia on the stand. Somebody going by the name of Mia on the stand at this particular time. Let's take it right into it. One minute ago, the prosecution has its exhibits that are under seal. We bring you up to speed. This is Nash. The last time he said something, this was Nash from today. I'm sorry. Combs, Donaldson, that's you telling Cassie in January to enjoy her time with Puff, correct? January 2017. So all of the stuff that Nash was saying as of yesterday, it comes across as a little bit bogus, if you will. 1 minute he was talking about how somehow he was saving the day. And now today he's talking about wishing Cassie and Diddy the best of love and all of these other things. Donaldson, that's you telling Puff enjoyed his time and with Cassie, correct? Nash says yes. Donaldson says, Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself. And you wrote, you wish you were with them on vacation. Nash says, no, I'm in Mexico, not with them. Donaldson says, Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach. This one on the golf course. I have everything organized. Nash, I wrote, laughing out loud. Do you all have a lot of shit? Donaldson, as Cassie, Donaldson as Cassie, right? Yes, but we made it all fit. Nash, girl, you always on vacation, right? So this is Nash basically talking. I'm just trying to bring you guys up to speed. Nash, no, I told them that he would tape her on her phone. Donaldson, isn't it true? She said videos were from her phone. Nash, he would record on her phone. I stand firm on that. Donaldson, and you say Mr. Combs said you won't do this one thing for me? Yes. Combs is Donaldson. You said you saw Mr. Combs pointing in Cassie's face in the Build Dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first you said that the first time you said that is at trial, correct? Nash, I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She said she didn't want to go. So this is Nash telling them this morning, if you will. Said Mr. Combs, so Gina was in Miami too. Nash, no. You don't put that one on me. Oh man, Nash is something, boy. Nash, he's a gossiper, boy. He's a gossip columnist now. No, you don't put that one on me. They kept me away from seeing Gina, right? Yeah, because they know you run your mouth. That's why they kept you away. Donaldson, Cassie got upset. Nash, she said, why does he keep humiliating me and my career? Donaldson, she was upset. Nash, not really. Combs Donaldson. You set her up with Michael B. Jordan. Nash. Yes. Oh, Nash is part of the drama. Nash said he's setting people up. He's a A&R executive. He's a dating coach. He's an interventionist. Nash is doing a whole bunch of stuff. He said, so you set her up with Michael B. Jordan. Nash, yes. And Mia drove it home, making sure she had his number. Oh, so Mia was working against. So you can't get to any kind of racketeering when you got people hiding Cassie from Diddy, got people trying to set her up with other actors and actors and NFL players and all of that. How do you get to a racketeering case? I don't understand this, right? Just Combs. So you said you set her up with Michael B. Jordan. Nash, yes. And Mia drove it home, making sure she had his number. Donaldson. So a bad boy employee set her up with Michael B. Jordan? Nash, that's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up. Nash said, you don't want to mess that up. That might be a potential job or something in the future, man. Wow. These low down dirty scoundrels, man. They work on all sides of the fence, man. Come on, man. Are we kidding? This is Nash on the stand, ladies and gentlemen. Wow. Now we're about to get up to speed. This is crazy, man. So Nash actually set Cassie up with Michael B. Jordan with the young lady who's now testifying on the stand, going by the name of Mia, with Mia's help. Wow. They playing both sides against the middle, man. They didn't give a damn. All they wanted was a check, man. Here we go now. We up on Mia right now, ladies. Mia, I wrote, anticipate his moods. The prosecution. Why was that important? Mia, it dictated the day. Prosecution, you wrote every day is different. Mia, and that he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. The prosecution, did you have an apartment? Yes, in New York City. Prosecution, were you there much? Mia, no. My roommates joke they live with a ghost. Prosecution, in L.A., where did you stay? Mia, in the staff house in Puff's house, 9933 Beverly Grove, then 9374 Beverly Crest Drive, then 200 South Mapleton. The prosecution, in Miami, 2-star. That's what she said, 2-star. Whatever that means, right? Wow. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we back on. R&B, Kathy Rose, R&B, Black Cash Dream, Mar Dizzle, a Queen for Life. Yeah, like I said, I find it troubling though, man. That this guy, they were, one minute they claiming that they work for Diddy, and all of these other things, right? Yeah. So Mia, basically describing, Mia, so she's basically trying to testify. Mia testified she didn't sleep during her 24 hours on the job. She recalled feeling like maybe it was a challenge that might have just been a part of her 2-week probation period. Mia said that working long hours on little sleep turned out to be the norm. She often didn't sleep for days when she was working, she said. Well, she could have left the job. Come on, man. They're trying to claim something. Man, get out of here, man. Everybody, listen. You know, these people act like that they were somehow, some way subject to something that everybody else wasn't. If you didn't like your job, right? You leave the job. She often didn't sleep for days when she was working. She said one time she recalled working for 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, Sean Diddy Combs told her she could leave to go to sleep. Come on, man, get out of here. Get out of here. Come on, man. Come on, man. If you didn't like the job, quit. Nobody's telling you you have to stay. He wasn't holding you hostage, right? Where did you stay? You know, everything's a choice. So these people that basically saying, I had no choice. You know, he had me. This is not forced labor. You know what forced labor is? Slavery, man. You know what I mean? They telling you, oh, I stayed in back of his mansion. You know, I had the guest house and blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know, none of us are afforded that excuse in working a job. Man, if you didn't like the job, you know what? I'm done. I can't do it. This not the job for me. It's just that simple. They want you to believe, oh, I was forced. You wasn't forced to do nothing. He didn't have you handcuffed in back of the guest house. Tell me now's your time to come out and work. Oh, heave, ho. That's just not simply what it was, man. Wow. Let's keep it moving, man. So the prosecution, you were allowed to lock your bedroom door. Mia, no. He said, it's my house. No one locks my doors in my house. Absolutely. If you didn't want to stay there, leave. Right? So it wasn't really my room. Okay, leave. Simple. Right? AUSA, but did security get to lock their doors? Yes. One had a deadbolt, another had a keypad. Right? So what's she talking about? Mia, I was told they were actively hiring other assistants. Prosecution, how long to Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started to stay? Mia, 7 or 8 months. Prosecution, were you the only one then? Yeah, for like a year. Wow. Man, we don't, man, with certain people, we don't get that. We don't get those arguments, man. If I ever didn't like a job, I quit. I ain't tripping. You know? Okay, she former assistant, right? She had testified earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Former assistant to Diddy Combs, who testified today in his sex trafficking trial, says she was about 25 or 26 when she started, when she first applied to work for Combs. As part of the interview process, the woman who is testifying today under a pseudonym, Mia, went to Combs' apartment to meet with him along with head of human resources. She testified that Combs answered the door in his underwear, and the head of PR introduced them and then left. Mia said he later put more clothes on. Why? Well, if you did, she didn't have to go in there. I mean, at the end of the day, right? I mean, a lot of this, man, like I said, man, somebody be like, dude, you know, somebody, you go to the door, be like, yo, you got to put some clothes on. No disrespect. You know what I mean? And if you don't put no clothes on, then you don't work for him. You know, basically she's saying it started off as an uncomfortable situation to begin with. So, okay, cool. Wow. You know, it seems like the only person, you know, we dealing with people who had no choice, right? So like Mia said, here it is again, Mia, I was told they were actively hiring other assistants, prosecutors. How long, before Malcolm, and then how long, how did you feel, Mia? I don't have time to feel. I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Puff gave me a pep talk like we were a team. He said, I need a second brain. Prosecution. Did he hire more? Mia, yes, eventually, but I still felt like I was responsible. That's your feelings. That ain't got nothing to do with reality. People invoking their feelings into the job. One thing's work, the other thing's personal. And I say that this is not about Diddy. This is about everyday life, ladies and gentlemen. Everyday life that we face, right? We're given the opportunity to make choices, right? Some choices are uncomfortable, right? Some choices are comfortable. You know what I mean? Let's be perfectly clear. And so, this notion that, I had no, you didn't have to work for Sean P. Diddy Combs. Like, she interviewed for any other job, right? She could have not took that job and went somewhere else. It's just that simple, man. Yeah, absolutely, Miss Ashley. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's his house. His house. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, you know what? I don't think this is for me. I don't feel safe. I can't lock doors. Anybody could come in, point blank, period. Done deal. Like I said, if I felt like that, even as a man, if I felt like that, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Yeah, this ain't for me, man. I appreciate the opportunity, but y'all have a nice day. You know what I mean? If Mia or whoever she is what's her name? And the cold part is, like I said, if it's all of what she said it is, you ain't got to testify under no pseudonym. Be who you are. He helped. I worked. Oh, come on, stop it. This is crazy, man. How did you feel? She was like, basically, I didn't have time to feel. Prosecution. You got punished, Mia, in various ways. Getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, my job threatened. See, once again, all of these things right here, they want us to believe that in this case involving Diddy is something that this woman had to endure beyond anything because they were on an island in the Mediterranean somewhere and she couldn't leave and go home. This is what this is, and it's simply not that, man. It's simply not that. She said, I got my job threatened. How did those things, I guess, happen? Who did those things? I'm sorry. Mia, Puff. Who's this? George Kaplan. He was another personal assistant for Puff after me. Amazing. This is crazy, boy. I tell you. So why would she testify that he was in his underwear when she came for the job interview, but he later put clothes on? But what does that have to do with what she's trying to lay out? Right? She testified that Combs answered the door in his underwear, and the head of human resources introduced him and then left. Right? Crazy, man. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecution. What was Revolt Films? Mia, Puff and I started it together. Prosecution. Were you still performing personal assistant duties? Mia, yes. Prosecution. How much did you get paid? Mia, 70,000, then 100,000. There was supposed to be bonuses. Prosecution. Did you get them? No. We don't know anything about that. This is what she testifying to. So she said she didn't get her bonuses. She didn't do none of that. She didn't file a lawsuit. She didn't go to the EEOC office. She did none of that. She said, "But I'm coming to testify in this racketeering." So my thing is, she's talking about, they're using Mia. They're using this young lady going by the name of Mia as to try to force labor or something like that. She just testified, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if people are following along, man. She just testified. The prosecutor just asked her. This case is garbage, man. Listen, she just testified. The prosecution asked her, what was Revolt Films? Mia, Puff and I started it together. Hold the hell on. Y'all started something together, but you testifying that's the forced labor? Y'all started a film company together, but she's testifying that she was forced to work, right? Now she's saying she got paid. No, hold on. Forced labor, getting paid $70,000 to $100,000. There was supposed to be bonuses. The prosecutor, did you get them? She said no. Okay. That's an EEOC complaint. That's an employment complaint. That ain't got nothing to do with no criminal racketeering. That's not racketeering at all. If you want to be perfect, am I tripping, y'all? I'm just saying, hold on, man. You start a film company with somebody, and now all of a sudden you saying that you were forced to work? She's complaining about being an assistant and forced to do work as an assistant, right? She's saying I'm forced and I didn't get no sleep. I was taking Adderall. I was doing all of these things. But you would then find it advantageous for you to then now start a film company with the guy who's forcing you to work, who's keeping you up for 5 days straight while you take Adderall and blah, 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 and so on and so. Come on, man. What's going on? I'm confused, man. The guy, Nash, he testified, yeah, Puffy choked me out, but I still love him. You know, I still love him, though. You know, he said, well, his sanity was my soul or something he testified to yesterday. I was like, what? What are they talking about? So she started a film company with him, ladies and gentlemen. Revolt Films. Mia allegedly started Revolt Films after complaining that as an assistant, she was being forced to work. Puffy is guilty of forced labor, right? But she then stayed long enough to start a film company, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I mean, this is what they want us to believe, man. Wow. So the judge, they just took a 3-minute break. I'm gonna bring y'all up on some other earlier testimony, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't really hear it, right? So they just took a break. This is not. I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not working. It's not working. I think the judge kind of knows that too. Like, 1 minute she's testifying about forced labor, right? As an assistant, right? Man, listen, check it out now, because it's not really working. So she said the prosecution asked us, they said, so you got punished, Mia, in various ways, getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, and my job threatened, right? Prosecution. Who did those things? Mia, Puff. Prosecution. Who's this? George Kaplan. He was another personal assistant for Puff after me, right? Prosecution. Now listen, she's talking about being a personal assistant up at the top one, right? Prosecution. What was Revolt Films? Mia. Puff and I started it together. Ladies and gentlemen, if she was a personal assistant and her and Puffy started Revolt Films together, that's a move up. You have now become an executive in your own right. If you had part ownership in Revolt Films, right? But then the prosecution asked her, were you still performing personal assistant duties? Mia, yes, right? Prosecution, how much did you get paid? So now, she says she's still performing personal assistant duties, right? But she just testified that her and Puff started Revolt Films together. That's you're moving up. You have I would think an interest from the way she described it. They started it together, right? She would have an interest in part of another company, and she was working as a personal assistant. That was job progression. That was the ability to move. I mean, this is just what it appears like to me from what they're testifying to, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, she has to elaborate a little bit more on that. Mia, how much you getting paid? $70,000 to $100,000. How in the hell were you being forced labor if you making $100,000 a year? They were supposed to be more. They were supposed to get bonuses. Did you get them? Based on what? Come in, show the contract you signed, the application, the promises of bonuses, and like I said, you go file an EEOC complaint, and you should be able to get that. That shouldn't be but coming in and creating some kind of, she's going to testify as to the forced labor under the racketeering statute. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like I said, man, some things is just not, some things is just not, man, look. When you say Kathy Rose said, that's money I don't even make, right? 313 Thug Love, an American tradesman, Kathy Rose, Lamar Davidson, who else? Country 87, Tootie Gardner, Ann Smith, P-Funk, Lucius 071. I'm like I said, me personally, I don't want nobody to walk for no crime that they may be guilty of. But one can't come into the courtroom talking about, I was forced to labor, and then tell you that they just started a company or film division of a company, right, with somebody, and they saying the person forcing them to work because they started that as an assistant, and now you starting a division of a film company from another corporation. She's like, me and Puff started it together. See, she's in between wanting some props for what she feel like she didn't get props for, and then wanting to complain too. You can't have it both ways. Either it was horrible, the job was unbecoming, you didn't want to be there because she stayed there. Oh, so you stay, that man, they're going to eat her up on the stand. Watch. They're going to eat her up on the stand, man. You got to be kidding me. What is going on? Like I said, Puffy's a domestic abuser. We get that. We get all of that, right? But I have not seen not one iota of evidence involving a situation where we got somebody saying, okay, this was forced labor and all of these other things that they're alleging. It's simply not true at this particular point. Being a witness to this and what we're seeing right now is funny, because this is how some people do in life when they make an argument. They try to convince you, there's something that is really nothing. You know what I mean? And depending on the relationship that you have with them in your life, you are more apt to believe them, right, than not. this is a smaller, I would say, a microcosm of what that actually is. You know, it was forced labor. He got violent with me, but I stayed to start the film company. Yeah, and we about to blow up. You know what? Come on, man. So Mia also told she worked 40 hours a week, but she testified that she always more than that, and that she was told her starting salary would be $55,000, but it was actually $50,000. At that particular time, when you saw that discrepancy in your pay and what you were you should have brought it to his attention. So did she ever bring that to his attention? Okay, cool. So what did you do? Do you feel like you have the opportunity to leave? No, I felt like my life was threatened. Come on, man. You getting paid. Okay, you don't want the job. Somebody else gonna take it. Did he hire people after her? Yeah. This helplessness and hopelessness and lack of accountability is just, it's appalling. You know, it's like, dude, really? I wish we as men, let's be clear, we as men could get that argument. You know what I mean? Oh man, the job was just, man, they was making me work and I couldn't do nothing. And I understand you might have a family to take care of, but she was 26 or 27 years old. I don't know if she had kids or not, but like I said, at the end of the day, man, there's people working under way more crazy conditions than that. That had families, houses, mortgages. And I understand having to take the BS until you find something different. But under this circumstance, it's like, hold on. You could go find another job, you mean? Come on, man. They're saying a racketeering and corrupt organization, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't seem like, if she making 100,000, 70,000, didn't seem like no corruption was really going on there. It seemed like they were doing good business for whatever they was doing. The money coming in, you being paid your salary. They ain't got no Ponzi scheme and, milking from one investor, paying another, some Bernie Madoff type stuff. They wasn't doing none of that. And she stood to get more money. She said he was violent towards her. She stood to get more money. Basically, So they on break right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. I know the jury got to be eating this shit up. They probably thinking that, well, you were making 70,000, 100,000. How in the hell were you being forced labor? Like, what is going on? Yeah, they gotta be, man. You gotta be. Like I say, any person with worth their weight in intelligence and just perfect common sense would know right off the back. Like, hold on, yeah, something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. So earlier in the testimony, Combs' former assistant describes times he was violent with her. Mia, a former assistant to Sean P. Diddy Combs, who was testifying under the pseudonym, listed several ways she said Combs has been violent with her. He's thrown things at me. He's thrown me against the wall. He's thrown me into a pool. Come on. So he threw you in the pool because he wanted to be violent with you. He threw you in the pool, or was that at the party in San Tropez? Was that at his Alpine, New Jersey home? He threw you in the pool. He's thrown a ice bucket on my head. She said. So he did that when he was. So where the ice bucket come from? Right? She said that Combs also sexually assaulted her on more than one occasion, ladies and gentlemen. But she never went to the police. She still kept working for him. She helped start the film company. What's going on? What are we like I said, as laypersons sitting here listening to this, tell me, what are we missing? We got to be missing something, man. Yeah, absolutely. It's got to be. You listen, man. Right? Tootie Gardner. What about the 55 to 50K? But then she just testified, Tootie. You gotta look back at the other thing, Tootie. You gotta look at she just said when she was from the starting Revolt Films, she started making 75 and 70,000 and then 100,000. Yet a block rocker, we don't really know who it is. It's a pseudonym, right? She's under a pseudonym. She's not even going under a real name, block rocker. So none of us know who this is, if this is even true, or whatever it is. Like I said, I just find the testimony really inconsistent, right? And then she said that Diddy sexually assaulted her on many occasions. Why didn't she go file a complaint or call the police when he did that? This is crazy, man. I can't wait till the cross-examination, man. Get the like buttons up. Click the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys. Let's go back up. I'm gonna take you guys back a little bit so we can really hash it up on who she is and what this is and all of this. Check this out. So they're on break right now, but let's go back here. Let's go here. Mia then is the director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films, prosecutors. How was it working there? She said Puff's mood changed all the time. How was it working there? Not how was Puffy. You know what I mean? How was it working there? What was the work environment? Did you do a good job? Prosecution. Was he violent to you? Mia, yes. He thrown things at me. He thrown me against the wall, into a pool, an ice bucket on my head, slammed my arms into the door, and he sexually assaulted me. Sexually assaulted you more than once. Right? So that's what she testified to earlier. She said he sexually assaulted her more than once. I'm trying to get into what happened. I need to know. I need to know. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I'm trying to make sense of it like everybody here is trying to make sense of it, if you will, right? And this is a little bit earlier with Nash. With Nash on the second one, basically saying, you read these, Cassie, somebody was calling somebody the N-word. You see it right here. Donaldson, you read these after Cassie says this N-word is wasted. We both did the same. Nash, is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about Gwen Stefani's song. Donaldson, he said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. Nash, and we did. Donaldson, did she mention to you about having a threesome with other men? Nash, no, she didn't tell me. Donaldson, Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up. On May 10th, 2025, You told the government the videos came from her phone. Nash was talking a lot, boy. Yeah, it's crazy. Well, the Brian Steele, who worked on the Young Thug case, he's going to be the one cross-examining Mia. This is going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. For real, for real. So right now they're on the break. That's where we at. Hopefully they come back, because usually they break for lunch at around about 9:30. Like I said earlier, Mia testified she didn't sleep during her first 24 hours on the job. She recalled feeling like, come on, your first 24 hours on the job. She recalled feeling like maybe it was a challenge that might have just been part of her 2-week probation period. Mia said that working long hours on little sleep turned out to be the norm. She often didn't sleep for days when she was working. She said one time she recalled working for 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had broken down from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, Sean Combs told her she could leave to go sleep. So Puffy controlled your sleep and gave you permission to go sleep. Get the hell out of here, man. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. We're just waiting for him to come back off this break. But I'm trying to give you guys other information, Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Let's go. So we're back. USA, the prosecution, GX2A401. Who is this? Mia, Cassie Ventura. Prosecution. How did you know her? Mia, working for Puff. We became close friends. Prosecution. Still today? Mia, yes. Prosecution. How was their relationship? Highs and lows. Question, if I'm a prosecutor. Do you feel like you were a part of a racketeering and corrupt organization? Nobody's been asked that, man. Because it didn't happen. Crazy, man. So basically what they're saying is, what they're confirming is Diddy and Cassie had a relationship. It wasn't this kind of pimping and pandering that they've been trying to get us to believe that it was. It was an actual relationship, right? She said, Mia, the pseudonym woman, now testifying about her experiences as Sean Combs' assistant, said she once went 5 days without sleep working for him. How you go 5 days without sleep, bro? Come on, man. Back in the day, I don't know crackheads that could do that. I know about 3 or 4 days, but 5, you know what I mean? She said, my hearing went. It felt like I was underwater. My equilibrium was off, Mia said. Her vision blurred, and she burst into tears. She added, describing herself as hysterical and unable to stop crying before Combs told her that she could sleep. Okay, Mia. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The prosecution. Was there violence in their relationship? Yes, we already know that. Mia says yes. Prosecution. We'll get back to that. What was Mr. Combs' role with respect to her career? Mia. He decided on everything. Shows, the look. Prosecution. 3T107R. What is this? Mia. An email from Cassie to Puff and others and me. I was wondering why the prosecution didn't go in more on Mia saying that Diddy sexually assaulted her. I was waiting for a little bit more on that. I mean, you know, if y'all can understand what I mean from that perspective. I think that would be an important element to point out. She seemed like the prosecution just glossed over that. What else they saying? Let's see. Okay, y'all, they about to read the email, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution. When did she send it? Mia, it was 4 a.m. It says 7 a.m., but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. See how they volunteer a little search. It was one of their hotel nights, right? Prosecution. What did she write, Mia? She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. A prosecution. Did Mr. Combs respond? Please read. Mia, Cass wrote about telling Slevin Hill prosecution. What did she mean, do you think? Mia, Stephen Hill. No, okay, Stephen Hill, not Slevin Hill. Stephen Hill works for BT. Mia, Stephen Hill of BT cast wrote, no support, no show. Prosecution, why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? Mia, I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Okay. There we go. So Tony Fletcher was in charge of booking hotels. This is what they're saying at this particular point. Not sure the relevancy of that, but okay. So I guess what they're trying to point at here, I guess Cassie was supposed to do something, but she canceled it. For whatever reason, she canceled it. We don't know, but I guess that's somehow important in regards to whatever that is. So Capricorn Clark, Suge Knight was talking about something about Capricorn Clark, ladies and gentlemen, in regards to the fact that she said that Jimmy Iovine paid Capricorn Clark some money, $1 million or something like that. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, he was on what was that, News Nation, I believe, talking about that. Said Combs had final say on many aspects of Cassie's career. The former assistant says, of course, he's the CEO of the record label, ladies and gentlemen. Why wouldn't he? Why would that be a thing? I don't understand. Like he controlled it. He was investing all of the money. The investment was his, right? Said Sean Diddy Combs was in charge of Cassie's music career. Former assistant Mia testified, and he always made final decisions. Those decisions would range from anywhere from deciding what music would be put out, the visual aspects of a music video, or when she would be in the studio, her appearance, any sort of shows or appearances or dates or promotions she would be involved in. Mia said she was privy to a lot of goings on in Combs' label business because people would contact her to get answers from Combs. Right? She also often sat in on meetings with Combs and Ventura that concerns Ventura's career, she said. So she did have a career. So things were moving up in an upward trajectory, if you will, right? Okay, we back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The prosecution. Did you ever see Mr. Combs on the movie set? Mia, yes. Everyone would be very nervous. He would insert himself. A prosecution. What was his role with respect to Cassie's appearance? Mia, he was in charge of it. Prosecution. Did you have exposure to Cassie's finances? Yes. Prosecution. How? Mia, I learned the company paid her credit cards and that the places where she lived were under the company's name and her cars. So we get that, ladies and gentlemen. So now we understand. I mean, that wasn't a secret, but so everything was being paid by the record company. As if, I mean, usually that's how it works, other than her wanting to go out and buy her own car because she had her own money from that perspective. Mia, I learned the company paid for her credit cards and the places where she lived were under his company name and her cars. Prosecutors, did he take things away? Yes. Cars, jewelry, and support if he couldn't get her on the phone, right? So if he's handling business and he can't get her on the phone, we don't know. We're just listening to what this young lady who going by the pseudonym Mia is saying, right? He can't get you on the phone. It's like, in this, whatever it's related to business from that perspective, hey, once again, Cassie can remove herself from this situation if she feels like she wants to. She didn't want to. So I can't, one can't blame me, you, or nobody else for their conditions, right? They tell us as men, we responsible for our conditions, right? Right. So she had the apartment, her credit cards, all of that stuff was being paid for. She was being taken care of, right? She had a record contract from all that we know. So, man. Here we go, ladies. Moving on. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Mia, he'd keep tabs on her through me. So now listen to this, y'all. Mia on one end is saying that she was being mistreated. All of this stuff. Now all of a sudden she's saying that Mia said he would keep tabs on her through me. Oh, so you seen all that you saw and you were willing to be a co-conspirator, if you will, in this so-called RICO, that you would keep tabs on Cassie, right? Prosecution. Would it basically probably, was it part of your job to spend this time with Cassie? Mia, yes, I had to do whatever Puff told me to do. No, you didn't. No, you did. You see what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? No, you didn't. You had to do whatever he told you to do. You could say, no, I'm not doing that. These people are coming on here acting like they had no choice, right? And this is the common theme that we're seeing. You had a choice. Watch it. We're gonna see her testify about how she had a choice. See, on certain things she don't want you to know she had a choice, but in other things she had a choice. She had a choice to start that film company, didn't she? The film division of Revolt Films. She had a choice whether she wanted to do that. She wanted to do it because it was advantageous to her. Financially, she'd be making a little bit more money. Went from 50 to 70,000 to 100,000, right? A prosecution. Could you go where you wanted? Mia, no. We had to be where Puff told us we could be. Yeah, when you were working. Oh, man. Oh, man, this is crazy, man. This is crazy. This is crazy, y'all. she could have a SLLE 44. She could have quit. Anybody could have quit. Right, she didn't pay for, and of course she didn't pay for anything. Absolutely. And she got ahead because she was a pretty girl and she had a little bit of talent. Cassie was talented. I like the song of Me and You and all of that. But like I said, once again, you know, pretty sells. That's the name of the game, pretty sells. You know what I'm saying? And so that's not to say Cassie was, you know, bad in that area. But like I said, as you see, she was being taken care of. And not only that, Nash, like she was being propped up. You know what I mean? Stars are not born, they're created in Hollywood. You know what I mean? It's a lot of money that goes into investing and propping people up and making them look like they're more important or better than they are. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen. But now they want, look, you know, on one note, check it out now, because it could be used on, you know, in two ways. Check this out. And if not, and if not, Mia, something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable but terrifying if they didn't be what Puffy told them to be, right? Prosecute him. We'll talk some more about that as we get through your testimony. How would Mr. Combs communicate with Miss Ventura? Sometimes through me. Well, she just said that, right? Prosecutors, did you see violence? What kind? Mia, I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I've seen him attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. Crack her head open. I've seen him crack her head open. Was that an aftermath of what you seen? Or did you actually see it? Because she just asked her, did you see violence? What kind? She said, I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. Right? Okay. So when she said, I seen like crack her head, I seen him like crack her head open. Did you see him crack her head open? Or was this an aftermath of what you saw that you think that he allegedly did? We don't know. It's just her testifying. I'm just trying to keep it straight, right? And then throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. I've seen him chase her, things like that. Prosecution, did she fight back? No. We don't know, man. We just here spectating, man. We don't know, man. Crack her head open. Okay. Prosecution. What did you hear? What did you hear and see? Mia, suitcases being thrown into the foyer. Prosecution. Did you see Cassie after that? Mia, she was outside crying in a bush. She looked terrified. She gestured, I'm hiding. I'm not here. Prosecution. What did you do? Retreated. So she didn't do anything. Mia didn't do nothing to help. Nothing. She was part of the, she was complicit with Sean P. Diddy Combs in keeping tabs on Cassie. She testified that. Keeping tabs on Sean P. Diddy Combs' girlfriend. That was part of her job, she said. Now she coming into the court talking about how it was all this, that, and the other. But you like, yeah, I'm trying to get to the part, like I said, and I don't make, no slight at this at all. But she had testified that Sean P. Diddy Combs sexually assaulted her. I wanted to know how. Right? The prosecution. Did you tell anyone? Mia, I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like, Combs, steal, objection, sustained. Right. like I said, now when the prosecution gets in, did you tell anyone? I think I told the chef, right? No, you can't think that you told the chef. You have to know that you told the chef, right? You see what I'm saying? And so when Brian Steele says objection, the judge sustained that one. The prosecution then comes back. What did the chef say to you? Objection. Objection. The prosecution, not for the truth. Judge, sustained. Right? You see what I mean? You see how the prosecution is trying to go into an area where there's no foundation. Right? There's no foundation. And the prosecution can try to get around that, you know what I mean, by asking in a roundabout way, but she can't testify to something that somebody else is saying. It's basically hearsay. She say, you know, that's why Brian Steele is saying objection, not for the truth of what she's saying, but what did she say? The judge says sustained. So, see, Brian Steele on this shit. That like I said, Brian Steele was Young Thug's lawyer in his racketeering case, ladies and gentlemen, for y'all that don't know. And as you can see, you know, when the prosecution tries to do this, right, you know, it's like, if you're not a thorough lawyer, you know, and this is how a lot of times people get railroaded, right? Like, see a question like that you know, the lawyer's asking. Now, if a unseasoned lawyer doesn't object to that, now it's on record, right? But Brian Steele, who's a seasoned lawyer, understands the game, understands, and he's listening very closely and trying to defend his client, right? So, objection, sustained. The prosecution then comes back. What did the chef say to you? Objection. The prosecution says, not for the truth. Judge, sustained. You know, they're not going to allow that. Like I said, but a lawyer who's not seasoned, and he wouldn't have did that. Yeah, you know, that's damn near almost sending you to jail. So, like I told people, they were like, "Oh man, you trying to defend Puffy?" Nah, I don't need to defend him. He got 10 lawyers, man. We just talking about what we seeing and trying to discern whether it's consistent or inconsistent, right? The prosecution. What happened in Cassie's apartment? Mia. We were there, me, Cass, and Deontay Nash. A prosecution. What were you doing? Mia. Helping her pack for the big trip to London. Puff came banging on the door, very irate. Prosecution. How did he get in? A key from the front desk. So why would he bang on the door if he got a key from the front desk? Which one was it? I don't know. See what I mean? Like when you listen to people talk and they may have inconsistencies in their story. Okay. Prosecution. What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie? He said, have you been drinking or something? She hadn't answered his calls. Prosecution. What did Mr. Combs do? Mia. He came after me and Deontay screaming, he has been drinking. She said, he came after me and Deontay screaming, has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive. He attacked her. Okay. Remember all of the things that the prosecution said that they would get back to. But we're gonna get back to that during your testimony. We're gonna see, like I said, because if they don't deal with a certain amount of things, if the prosecution doesn't go back to her being sexually assaulted, she wasn't sexually assaulted. And I don't say that lightly. I say that because how could she breeze over that, right? And that being something that someone is actually being, alleging, if you will, how important this case is. And that was just for the record. It was just for, some salacious shit to be said in court and to be like, oh, he did that to her. You know what I mean? Or whatever. So I'm really interested as to see how she's going to go back over that, because I think that was something pivotal. She made that, she volunteered that information. So I really want to hear how, the prosecution's going to deal with that, because I think that's very important if it did happen to her. Like I said, if she doesn't and the prosecution kind of breezes over that, right? Yeah, that's a problem for me. And just sitting here listening to that. Mia, he threw her on the ground. Me and Deontay jumped in and tried to stop it. Prosecution, what did you do? Deontay is very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. The description. There was a little tornado going on. He had Deontay in the position where I was scared he was going to kill him. Once again, these words. He had him in a position where she was scared that he was gonna kill Deontay, right? Okay. Deontay didn't testify to this, ladies and gentlemen. He just got off the stand. He didn't testify to this part right here. I'm just curious. I don't know. Sound like they had a kumbaya before they testified. They came in and testified. I don't know. Mia, so I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off and against the wall. So you assaulted Sean P. Diddy Combs is what you saying. See, people not really looking at that. They looking, okay, that's something personal between them. Call the police. So you jumped on Puffy. Now, like I said, a lot of people dealing with this and looking at this any kind of way that you want to, right? But if you in a fight and they on film and somebody start pressing charges, right? And somebody said, somebody was fighting and you jumped in the fight and you hit, one person or whatever, that's assault on you. You can't. They don't look at that no other kind. I was helping. No, they don't look at that as helping. You assaulted this person, right? So, like I said, if you looking at things and like I said, people like to skew how they see it. Well, he was jumping on Cass and he was right. Call the police. You know what I mean? You're not a referee in a boxing match. You know what I'm saying? And so when you jump on him, you basically assault him and trying to interfere in their business is how I see it. I mean, like I said, you can, sparse that up any kind of way you want to, but let it happen. And let's say, for instance, hypothetically, your wife and your mama fighting and you want to jump on your mama's side, so you jump on your wife back, right? And your wife said she won't file assault charges against you, and it was caught on the ring camera because y'all was fighting outside the front door. That's going to be assault charges on you because it's on camera of you hitting your wife, despite she was fighting the fact that she was fighting. Now, your mother could file assault charges on your wife, but, you understand what I'm saying? But when you jumped in and hit your wife or jumped on your wife, trying to defend your mom, that's assault on you. Simple, right? But not so simple, depending on how the charges and which way they're coming from and who they're coming from, right? So I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off and against the wall. I felt like I was in slow motion. I realized we were in big danger. Ooh, because you chose to jump in, you were in big danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cass under the bed, from under the bed, and this is what wood bed platform. He slammed her head into the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, so the OVO thing, this is the same testimony dealing with the OVO thing going to the Drake concert. This is what Deontay, he did testify to this, right? Right? But So they weren't going to London. So she got the story wrong. Nash and Cassie said that they were going to the Drake OVO concert. This is the same thing, right? Now she's saying that she jumped in, and Nash said that he jumped in, but she didn't do nothing earlier in his testimony, man. Somebody lying, man. Come on, man. What? That's why I say, if you've been following along, if you really truly been following on, you're going to see the inconsistencies in the testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Right? What injuries did Cassie get? Mia. Her head was gushing with blood. That's the same thing. But she's talking about London. They was going to, wasn't no London trip. He said they was going to Canada for the OVO festival. Her head was gushing with blood. Prosecutors, what did Mr. Combs do? Mia, he got into protector and survivor mode. These people something, boy. He said to call the doctor so and so. Tell them Cass was drunk and hit her head. A prosecution. Why did you do it? Puff said to. Now pause, ladies and gentlemen. Nash testified that something about a plastic surgeon. And I guess this might have been the plastic surgeon and so on and so forth. 1 minute, Mia's jumping on Puffy's back. The next minute, she's basically being complicit in the lie that Puffy is trying to, or the narrative of the lie Puffy is trying to push. Yeah, she hit her head. She was drunk, whatever. And so, call the doctor. And she said, well, why did you do it? Because Puff said so. This is a domestic violence situation, ladies. What are we talking about? I don't think okay, Mia, his eyes were black. It was like he was looking through me. Ooh, he was the devil. He was like completely judged. Let's get to the next question, man. Because she's starting to exaggerate a little bit, and the judge kind of sees the inconsistency. Let's get to the next question, man. Prosecution. Did you see Mr. Combs take drugs? Yes. Prosecution. When he was high, how did he appear? Mia, sometimes the life of the party or hyper. Wow. Prosecution. Where was this? Mia, Ibiza or Burning Man or music conference. She don't know. Prosecution. When he smashed her head, did he seem high? Mia, no. Prosecution. Did you go to Prince's party? Mia, yes. Prosecution. What happened the night before? Big award ceremony. Suite in Beverly Hills, I guess. Wow. Mia, he told me to stay with Cassie, that he was going to be at his house with his kids, but then I heard about Prince's party. Prosecution. What did you do? Mia, Cass and I debated like little kids if we could sneak out of the house and go to Prince's party. Oh, man. They're basically covering the same thing over and over and over again. These same little incidents that went down. From that perspective, they basically covering the same thing, ladies and gentlemen. I guess they looking for corroboration as far as what Cassie said. Yeah. That's basically what I see. Hit the like button, ladies. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. I appreciate it. Mia, Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in with his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap, Cash just booked it. Prosecution, where did you go? Mia, across the street, there were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cash and had her on the ground. So Mia wasn't doing her job. Mia was playing on the side of Cassie. She was supposed, look, 1 minute Mia's supposed to be watching Cassie for Puffy, right? Keeping an eye on her. The next minute, Mia is colluding with Cassie on whether they should sneak out and go to the party, right? But the next minute, Mia's talking about how, Puffy had did all of these things to her, and man, if you can't understand why I look at this the way that I do, I'm sure some of you guys probably see it similar, not the same, but similar, right? Man, come on. Right, absolutely grifters, right? Yeah, it make no sense. 1 minute she testified that I'm supposed to be watching out for Cassie and Diddy hired me to do this, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like I said, I'm still confused as to what this is that they're trying to allege. Like I said, once again, we gotta be careful, man. Like I said, you gotta be careful about the information that you take in, man. Right? Mia, 1 minute, Mia's supposed to be watching out for Cassie. The next minute, she colluding with Cassie on how to sneak out the house and go to the Prince party, right? Mia, Puff started to attack her, but Prince's security quickly intervened. A prosecution. And later, you see how Prince's security intervened? Prince wasn't having it at his party. I don't care what you got going on. You're not going to do that over here. Right? Mia, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Absolutely. Listen, 1 minute she's supposed to, like I just told y'all, so this is perfectly in accordance with running a business. 1 minute she's supposed to be looking out for Cassie and, Puffy, I was supposed to be with her. The next minute she's colluding with Cassie to go to the party and supposed to be chilling and staying at the house. So 1 minute she working for Puffy, and then the next minute she colluding with Cassie. Playing all sides of the fence, trying not to hit the divider. Let me jump over here. I'm over here with Cassie today. Today I'm working for Puff and I'm on his team. Come on. Prosecutor, did she say why? That Puff said I was being insubordinate. Absolutely. I can't even believe the prosecution actually asked that question. Right? Wow. Wow. So she couldn't, Mia seeing everything else, she couldn't see that she was being insubordinate, ladies and gentlemen. I thought it was par for the course. Amazing. Amazing. Amazing, man. This crop, Brian's still gonna eat her up on the stand. You best believe when they do the cross exam, the judge says break, the jury leaves. The judge, Mrs. Schmeiser, how much longer with Miss Mia's direct? Schmeiser, the rest of the day. We'd like her off the stand by the end of the week. Combs, Ignafalo. This is a problem. First, it was a flight. Now this, judge, I have not cut anything, right? So now, right, see how the prosecution doing, right? They know, listen to me. So they're basically saying that the direct on Mia is going to take the rest of the day, right? The direct on Mia is going to take the rest of the day. You know why I think they're going to do that? It's because it's simple. She don't have that much to testify to, ladies and gentlemen. She just was laid off because she was insubordinate. It's one thing to be laid off for being insubordinate and not being able to prove, or your employer not being able to prove that you were but Mia just admitted on the stand that she was insubordinate. Her job and her loyalty was to Sean P. Diddy Combs, Bad Boy, Revolt, and whoever else she was working for. She basically blurred the lines and became so buddy cozy up with Cassie that she then what? She forsaked her job and wanted to go to the Prince party because Cassie talked her into it. See, she didn't understand that Cassie and Diddy's relationship was different from Mia's and Diddy's relationship, which was employer-employee, right? Cassie's was record company, artist, and boyfriend-girlfriend. So they're going to break for lunch. Jury leaves. Judge, Miss Schmeiser, how much longer with Mia's direct? AUSA Schmeiser, the rest of the day. We'd like her off the stand by the end of the week. And so, like I said, so they want to go into the weekend. Listen. They want to go into the weekend with Mia's testimony. This is some of the tactics that the prosecution uses, right? They want to go into the weekend with Mia's testimony. They don't want to give Diddy's defense any time to cross-examine Mia, right? And so all of the news headlines and all of this, this, that, and the other, that's why they saved it till Thursday. They want to try to go into the weekend with Mia. So all of the headlines be like, oh, such and such, talking about cracked skull, and I seen her head cracked open, and all, you know what I mean? All of these stuff that she didn't see, right? So, yeah. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's what they doing right now. And when we talking about this situation here, what do you say? They going to buy. He can't track and still finds them. They crazy. Every dog has his day. There's no evidence of Puffy paying the police to stop Cat. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we you're gonna have people that come in here, man, that really don't know what's going on, and they just want to shout out things, man, because they want to be noticed, right? But like I said, my thing is more importantly, because earlier in the day they had a gang of testimony, right? Involving the guy Nash, right? And it was very interesting because the guy Nash, when he came in, this is actually a photo of him by a wonderful artist who's been doing the court sketches, if you will, right? And so So AUSA, this was earlier. AUSA, they are trying to show that the defendant was going through some heavy shit, and that's why he was asking this way. The judge, what about her smelling her own armpit? Man, what the fuck is going on, man? Right? Smelling her own armpit. The judge, what about her smelling? Prosecution, I don't think that's relevant. Okay, 401. So this morning they were going over evidence and things that would be submitted into evidence, if you will, right? So like I said, right now, ladies and gentlemen, the court is now, they're going to take a break for lunch. But they're basically saying that the testimony with Mia is going to last all day. All day. And they say they're going to try to get it by the end of, I guess, tomorrow. They're going to try to get her off the stand, if you will. So this is where we are right now, ladies and gentlemen. Like I always tell you guys, if you have not heard about this book right here, go cop yourself a copy of this book, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. It's a great read. Like I said, it's a lot of information talking about the Puffy situation with Tupac, from firsthand knowledge from Donald Richardson, no relation to me, Mr. Richardson that did 23 years in and out of New York State penitentiaries. And yeah, this is one of those gritty novels. Like I said, once again, it's a short read, if you will, but more importantly, go pick it up, man. You're gonna like it. Like I said, it talks about Haitian Jack, the situation with Jimmy Henchman, with Puffy, and the whole nine, and how Tupac really felt about that situation and what he thought about it. Like I said, if you have not read this book or picked this book up, it's on Amazon. Readers are leaders. And like I said, myself, I like to always inform myself from people who were there and not people who claim that they were there, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we're going to be back for the after lunch broadcasting live. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Tell a friend. And like I said, your boy DELRAY, Straight Game, we're going to be back real soon after lunch. So stay tuned and tell a friend we over here giving nothing but straight game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're back. Back in court. Let's get back into some more of this straight game. Live gavel to gavel coverage. Let's go.
Life is like the cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. The USA, the prosecution, we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us, and we to them. Combs, Garagos, that's fine. Judge, let's get back to Mia. Let's get back Mia. Okay, let's go. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Let's go. Let's get Mia back up on the stand. They're telling us that the direct examination of Mia may take the rest of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for sticking with us. More importantly, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Tell a friend. We over here give it nothing but straight game. The gavel to gavel coverage, courtesy of Inner City Press. All rise. Prosecution, Smizer, Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Mia, yes. The Parrot Key twice. In 2012, me, Puff, and Cassie, prosecution. What happened? Mia, I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was woken up. Cassie said she was sleeping Mia said she was sleeping in her bedroom and she was woken up in Turks and Caicos. See, they see them trips like that. That's why, you see, so much going on and people not wanting to leave. The trips to Turks and Caicos, the private jet, all of that. All of it. All of it. Right? Those fringe benefits of being an employee of Diddy. I guess that was one of the things that, that they like to do, so. Amir, Cassie ran saying, "You got to help me. He's going to kill me." The prosecution, what did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a porch that went out to the beach. We ran. So now, y'all gotta, this is, so 1 minute, Mia, they at the Prince party, right? Mia's supposed to be working for Puff, but then she's colluding with Cassie, go to the Prince party, that blows up, right? Then after that, now they in Turks and Caicos, or before, or after, it doesn't even really matter at this particular point. Just all messy, if you want to be perfectly honest. Now in Turks and Caicos, once again, Mia is now siding with Cassie. They putting furniture in front of the door so Diddy can't get in. So she's locking out her boss, ladies and gentlemen. Little does he know, once again, how is it if they're basically saying this is a racketeering and corrupt organization and she's trying to help Cassie hide? There's no way it could be that. She's trying to help the person in a volatile, violent relationship, domestic violence situation, basically hide from her abuser. Right? So, you got to make that make sense. Right? The prosecution, what do you remember about running? Mia, I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. So the bugs was working for Diddy. They was trying to get y'all. That's funny. Oh, man. Prosecution. Did you run another time? Mia, I have another visual of where we were hiding or trying to escape like 2 separate times. But she stayed around. She didn't quit. She helped create Revolt Films. She said that she was working against her will. She didn't feel like she could leave. She was a damsel in distress. She needed to be saved by the government. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing, man? It's ridiculous. She's working for Diddy, trying to help Cassie escape. What? No, Mia testified earlier, Black Rocker, that she helped, she was a partner, from what she made us believe, from the testimony, in Revolt Films. And she was also working as an assistant to Diddy, right? She said part of her job was to watch after Cassie, to keep an eye on Cassie, if you will, right? You know. But then before they went to break, Diddy suspended her for being insubordinate, which I understand clearly from what she had said. Once again, she's supposed to be working for Diddy, but then she's colluding with Cassie. Avenge the Ancestor, what's good? Scorpio Girl 07. Yeah, I believe it's Rita Ora too. It is Rita Ora, ladies and gentlemen, from what I understand. Because they were talking about Rita Ora the other day. And yeah, I believe so. We're going to see, though. I mean, you know it's going to come out. Somebody going to leak it out the courtroom. So I don't know why they, the Jane Does and all of this, that, and the other. So, but, do as they will. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, please. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all you do. Let's go. We got into the paddle board. Listen, we got into the paddle boards and we went out on the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark. Comb still, objection, overruled. Mia, we went back. Oh, so they went back to the guy that was chasing them, right? Prosecution. Did you ever call police? No. Why? Why not? Mia, I believe Puff's authority was above the police. Ladies and gentlemen, are y'all listening to this? This is not facts. This is what somebody believes, man. I believe that his authority is above the police. So it had nothing to do with what was in all actuality. This is something somebody believed. What? I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and Me Too. There were no examples of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. What? See, the sad part about this? This Mia is now making herself look horrible, right? Because if you had a confidentiality clause that she was aware about under Puffy's business, how in the hell is she out here? You thought that you helping Cassie escape from Puffy and not calling the police was part of the confidentiality clause? You thought that all of this drama and mayhem and all of this violence and threats and alleged sexual assaults was part of the confidentiality clause? See what I mean? Boy. What a tangled web they weave when they conspire to conceive. The jury had to laugh at that, right? The prosecution, what's this? So they jump. What's a photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match? She has bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Prosecution. Any other injuries covered up on the red carpet? Yes, at Cannes Film Festival. Wow. So she thought all of this drama was under the confidentiality clause of her employment with Sean P. Diddy Combs, right? Prosecutors, what injuries did you see? Mia, a busted lip? She was injured. Prosecution, where were you? Mia, in her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Prosecution, did you learn how she got the injuries? Mia, Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Yeah, Brian's still gonna crush her on cross, Kevin B. He like, dude, I mean, no police call. You thought this was, 1 minute you're in the film, you start a film company with Puffy, but then all of a sudden he's making you work against your, basically the slave job that you're making $100,000 to $70,000 a year, and it's just, oh my God, he's a horrible individual. You know what I mean? Like I said, we understand the violence and all of those things. Like I said, nobody's condoning P. Diddy's behavior here, ladies and gentlemen. Do not make that no mistake and put that in your mind, because that's what you want to put in your mind, because you don't really want to look at the facts of this case, right? Prosecution said, how did Cassie sound on the audio recording? Still objection. Overruled. Mia, panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. A prosecution. Did you go to events? Mia, the premiere of Brad Pitt's movie, Killing Them Softly. Yeah, like I said, the gravy train was what it was, man. Turks and Caicos, Cannes Film Festival. See, these are the fringe benefits of working for Diddy. You know what I mean? The jet set lifestyle, the shopping sprees, all of the other things, you know what I mean, that people would get for just being in his orbit. Oh, I totally understand what's going on. Edward Green, what's good? Mia Kennedy, he doesn't get a pass in any form or fashion from the abuse. However, that's not what he's on trial for. Cassie, which was her right to opt out, to take money, or rather to prosecute. Right. When you say he's on trial for racketeering, not domestic violence, respectfully. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I said, nobody's here condoning what Diddy did. I mean, the domestic violence is simply that. You see, at no time did this Mia or they're saying that it's, allegedly Rita Ora. Did she call the police, right? And so by that being what that is, and she simply said, "Oh, I thought it was part of my confidentiality." You mean to tell me you thought that somebody being afraid that they're gonna be killed by somebody is part of your confidentiality agreement? Brian's still gonna crush her when he get up there. He gonna be like, so you thought that somebody allegedly telling you that that they thought that they were gonna be killed is part of your so you would be confidential about the somebody being killed if it benefited you, correct? No, nobody's with the defense. It's not about that. You coming in late, and we talking about facts. We talking about what somebody says out of their mouth. This is not an allegation. This is a factual statement that somebody actually just made, saying that when Cassie told her that he's going to kill me, and the prosecution asked her, did she call the police? And she said, why? She said, why not? She said, because I thought it was part of my working for Puff and my confidentiality clause, right? Prosecutor, what happened at the premiere? Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. Prosecutors, what would Mr. Combs ask you to do? Mia, take care of her. I'd bring her Amica gel, right? Prosecution, for what? For bruises, right? See, once again, here we go again with he's asking this Mia to take care of Cassie, right? This is supposed to be her job. 1 minute she's taking care of her. The next minute she's trying to help her to hide away from Sean P. Diddy Combs. Right? And so when we talk about it from that perspective, we just talking about what they're saying here in court. Nobody's on Diddy's side. C-Dub, one thing we understand over here, straight game, nobody has to defend Puffy. P. Diddy got 10 lawyers, man. He don't need none of us to defend him. But what we're not going to do is we're not going to talk sideways and take anybody else's feelings and opinions and indoctrinate them into our thoughts and our conversations. You know what I mean? That's what we don't do. You know, our people be like, yeah, somebody feels some kind of way, so you got to feel the way they feel to make them feel better about the way that they feel. That's not what we're doing. We're examining the information as it's being disseminated to us based on the consistencies. Check it out. So now the prosecution. Let's turn to December 22nd, 2011. Right. Let's turn to 2011. What she's saying, Mia, at Puff's house, the mood was darker than normal. She's setting moods like it's a film, right? This was more of like Puff was upset. Prosecution, what did he tell him? What did you tell him or whatever? What did he tell him, right? Mia, that Cass had been talking to somebody else. No, I guess what did she tell Puffy, right? What did you tell him? That Cass had been talking to somebody else. Who? A Kid Cudi. Now pause, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to really understand what's going on right now. This young lady, Mia, some say it's Rita Ora, don't know who it is, right? She's now saying that she's telling Puff that Cassie was seeing somebody else and it's Kid Cudi. 1 minute she trying to help Cassie escape. Then from Puffy, right? The next minute, when it's advantageous to her trying to climb the corporate ladder, now she's telling Puffy about Cassie allegedly messing with Kid Cudi, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, right. They have nothing else to bring up. It's like, what is this? So everybody. So, like I said once again, if Mia, some say that this is Rita Ora, If Mia is helping and assisting Cassie to escape and stay away from her boyfriend, how is it a RICO case? You can't help protect somebody or try to and not call the police and say all of a sudden, because that would mean that Rita Ora would be a part of this alleged conspiracy, which is not. It's just a volatile relationship, if you will. The prosecutor, how was he, Mia? He seemed heartbroken. Oh, Puffy was heartbroken now because he found out that his girlfriend was allegedly seeing somebody else. It was ominous. It was ominous, right? I'd never witnessed Cass to do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen. Prosecutors, did you then see her, Mia, in a black car with Capricorn Clark? These people, man, these people. Ooh. Lord have mercy, man. When you say Piece 4100, Piece 4100 said, I'm going to bet this witness is going to play the crying game when Brian Steele does cross. I'm pretty sure she's going to get to use the tide and twist it and start bawling. Or better yet, she's going to be like, can I get a break? Well, the prosecution, like I said, she's basically testifying to stuff that we've already heard. I guess they're using her as somewhat of a corroborating witness, right? If you will. So yeah, so basically she was in the black car with Capricorn Clark. Yeah, she is, man. Her story is so conflicting and all over the place. One minute she's, hiding Cassie out. The next minute she's telling Puffy that Cassie's seeing Kid Cudi. What was Rita Ora really trying to do? Was she trying to slide in Cassie's spot, ladies and gentlemen? Didn't Rita Ora do music at one time? Wasn't she a singer? If this is actually her on the stand. The prosecution, did you reach out to anyone? Mia, yes. D-Rock, AUSA 3T 1112. What is this, Mia? My emails with D-Rock. Oh, they gave up. They gave up everything. It was like, we need your emails. We need everything. My emails with D-Rock. Prosecutor, only the redacted one. Only prosecutors, only the redacted one into evidence. Combs, Steele, objection. Prosecution, he was security. Judge, with that foundation, admitted. Okay. So prosecution, Brian Steele tried to object to the redacted email being submitted as evidence, and the judge just allowed it based on the fact that he was security. You know what I mean? See how the court tries to go with people with firsthand knowledge of being around there, not, he was a friend of a friend because they told me something, the thing that we like to do on social media sometimes and how that plays out. So they said that this Mia, she's supposed to be laying out a lot. Like I said, she said that Puffy was hurt when he found out that Cassie was Mia actually told Puffy that Cassie was seeing Kid Cudi, from what I understand from the testimony. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate everybody. Like I said, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. Appreciate you, especially the people that's watching that have not subscribed to the channel or that is not located in the chat. Once again, ex-employee says she thought Combs was too powerful to face consequences from police. Former assistant to Sean P. Diddy Combs says she witnessed many more violent incidents between Combs and then girlfriend Cassie Ventura, and then the one she has testified to today. But she didn't report the abuse to police for multiple reasons. I believe that Puffy's authority was above the police. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, this is what she believed. This is not a fact. Something somebody believes is not a fact. I believe that Puffy's authority was above the police, the ex-employee said, using another common nickname for the mogul. This was a period where years and years before social media or the Me Too or any sort of example where somebody had stood up successfully to someone in power such as him. She said Combs also constantly stressed confidentiality, right? So we didn't know, so there was no real confidentiality clause. She said that Combs constantly stressed confidentiality, right? She was taught to believe that the violence she witnessed fell under the requirement of loyalty she had to Combs' business, and the employee testified. Ladies and gentlemen, this is sickening. This is sad. You know what I mean? You know, this Mia, she shouldn't even have got up here and testified, because she's sitting here making an excuse and saying that she thought that the violence, she said she was taught to believe, as if she didn't know no better on her own. Being a human being, being a woman, right? She was taught to believe that the violence she witnessed fell under the requirement of loyalty she had to Combs' business, the ex-employee testified. Ladies and gentlemen, nobody wants to take responsibility, man. Nobody wants to take responsibility for their actions, man. You know, wow. Like I said, and even if, you know, to Mia's credit, even if she did do something, as we've seen many other people do, right? Cassie still stayed and she went back. Right? She stayed and she went back. So, well, who could do anything? The prosecution. Read these messages. Mia, I wrote to D-Rock. I'm worried about P. This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you. Right? Prosecution. Were you romantically involved with D-Rock? Mia, definitely not. That's just how we talk. If Mia's boyfriend at the time would have saw that, that's what he would have thought. See how misleading it is? You telling another man you love him, love you, that's just how we talk. See what I'm saying? Yeah. Right. Okay. Ladies in the chat, are you telling men that you're not romantically involved with, love you? Right? Please explain. Please explain. Are you telling security guards that work with you and you, the assistant, that you love him? I just want to know how loose the ships are. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm back. Just had to handle a little business. So look, so like I said, ladies in the chat, how many ladies in the chat? Did y'all respond to that? Yeah, I would hope so. I would hope so. Let's go. I would hope so. Mia, Astroglide and candles. So then they're getting into the Astroglide. Astroglide and candles. Some of them cheap Glade candles without label on them. They had to be white, right? This is what she testifying to. The prosecution. What else would you bring to the hotel? Mia, anything he forgot at the house. Food, money, prosecution. How much? A lot. Like thousands of dollars, right? Okay. Prosecution. Do you remember seeing Cassie? Mia, at the London Hotel in New York, I bought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig. Prosecution. How did she appear? Mia, like she was struggling. I asked, are you good? She closed the door. Once again, someone's observation, right? She asked her, are you good? And Cassie closed the door in her face. Bloom. You playing both sides. Mia was playing both sides of the fence, ladies and gentlemen. You see, the thing about this situation here is that what Mia didn't understand is that Diddy and Cassie would pillow talk, right? Just like the situation that happened with Capricorn Clark. Remember, the Prince party, the insubordination in which Mia had got suspended. Because 1 minute you're supposed to be working with Puffy, right? And then the next minute you trying to help Cassie get away from him. So you don't think that doing Cassie's just like the dude Bonds, the security guard Bonds testified to, or should I say stated on Vlad, that, you know, he had lost Cassie's ring and tried to get and went and got a new one, and it wasn't the same ring. And, you know, he gave it to Cassie. Cassie went back and told Diddy, well, yeah, he lost my ring, blah, 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 right? You don't think that Cassie was doing the same thing with Diddy when they would get together and they get in their little mode? You know what I mean? They start getting high and be like, yeah, you know, she was trying to help me get away and blah. And you see what I'm saying? And so understanding what that is and what that meant, the same thing here, right? So she goes to the hotel and she says she brings cash or whatever to the hotel. Okay, cool. She bringing cash to the hotel for Diddy. Did she steal the money? Did the money come from illicit behavior? No. So what's illegal about that? Nothing. She asked Cassie, are you good? Cassie slammed the door in her face. Right? Listen, she said, a prosecution, who told you to clean the rooms? Mia, Puff, and the office. Puff and the office. It was a standard to sweep the room so no housekeepers could sell something to TMZ. A prosecution. How were the rooms? Mia, destroyed. Candle wax everywhere. I've seen broken glass sometimes, blood, oil on the walls. Prosecution. What would Mr. Combs tell you about the blood? Mia, that it was period blood, right? Prosecution. What happened in Cassie's car in LA? Mia, Cass got a call and then told me he wants to do a hotel night. I don't want to. She got sick. Prosecutors. After the hotel night, man down. So yeah, I guess she called herself getting a little bit juicier. Cassie said she didn't want to do it. This is what Mia is testifying to, other than to what Cassie testified to. So we're going to see where this leads to, ladies and gentlemen. 313 Thug Living, welcome back. He said, Brooke Dawn say all of them some freaks, huh? Hit the like button, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Get the likes up. Appreciate you guys, man. Prosecution. What did that mean? Mia, they'd stay in the room sleeping only up to eat. But Mia seemed like she knew a lot, you know. Only right. Prosecution. Did you do drugs before you worked with Mr. Combs? No. So now all of a sudden, okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go. Hey, I didn't do drugs. He got me hooked on them. boy. Woo-wee. This life we live, boy, I tell you. Prosecutor. And after, yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He shoved it down my throat. He made me do everything. Hold on. This is funny. Yeah, MD. After that, she said, yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was now part of the Breakfast Club. Wow. Puff gave it to me. No, did you take it or did you decline? You know what? I don't partake. I'm good. Right? Listen, y'all. Listen to what's going on here, man. Listen to what's going on here. Puff gave it to me. He said, now, so if he gave it to you, if he gave you a needle and told you to go put it in your arm, you gonna do that? And he said, yeah, now you part of the Nightmare Club, right? Now you part of the Spike Session. I mean, how does that work? Hell no, she didn't run to the police after. Did you do drugs before you met him? I've never recall any star or artist or rock band being, prosecuted for sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That's just the way it was. They kind of made that their little slogan. It's sex, drugs, and rock and roll. You know what I mean? Well, I guess they're trying to go back, hustle hard. They're trying to go back and see where, whatever, however. But like I said, this is not about that. This is about trying to make it seem like I'm a damsel in distress. I needed help. He gave me drugs. I never used drugs before. And he gave me MDMA. Said I'm now part of the Breakfast Club. You know what I mean? And that mean you had to take it? Wow. Prosecutors, what did he mean, Mia? Like the Cool Club. He said his MDMA was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself. Oh, so she felt like, once again, here come these feelings again, ladies and gentlemen. She felt like that what Diddy was doing to Cassie was part of the confidentiality situation, right? Now she's feeling like, she said, what she said? She said, I felt like I was now more of a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself. Once again, what you mean? She testified earlier that what, y'all? That she said she was being talking about her working. She was being made to do this and being made to do that. Now all of a sudden you went from there to now feeling like you a friend and that you could enjoy yourself? The prosecution. Did you take ketamine? Mia, yes. At Burning Man. Oh, she's turned into a full-fledged drug addict. Right? We were partying on the tour bus. We had the black out shades down. Wow. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, right, Mo Better. Right, this is crazy, man. But you know what? We all, listen to me, though we find some of it funny, because it actually is, right? We as men and women should be learning from this. I'm learning from this. I'm learning that you could do something with somebody, man, and it could be all in fun. And when it becomes advantageous to them, man, they'll switch up the story so fast and make you seem like you the worst person in the world. Real talk. Real talk. And like I said, if she didn't understand, and if she didn't understand what she was doing, you know what? Yeah. So she was taking drugs. The other people were taking drugs. Everybody was all in it. So now she's blurred the lines even further from being his assistant to want to help Cassie hide. Now she's using drugs, MDMA, and now she's taking ketamine, right? So now, wow. Right? Mia, he had the drugs on plates. I tried to say no. What happened? Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious, that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. He got close to my face and humiliated me. How? Ladies and gentlemen, here we go again. Are you guys listening to this, man? I told you. Nobody's responsible for their behavior. Nobody's responsible for their behavior, ladies and gentlemen. Nobody's responsible, man. He made me do it. I tried to say no. How about saying no and saying, you know what? I'm done with this. Nah. We was at Burning Man. We was on the tour bus. We had VIP passes. You know what I mean? Right. I wasn't going to willing to be giving all of that up. No, she wasn't. It's just as simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. Sure, tell us more. Tell us more. Tell us more. It got a little serious. So when she did the MDMA, they call it what they call it, ecstasy, whatever. When she did that, she was part of the Breakfast Club, and here when it was the ketamine or whatever, it turned into something else. Like I said, I'm baffled and I'm confused, man. I'm baffled and I'm confused. You see it right here, right? Mia, he had the drugs on plates. I tried to say no. What happened? Mia, Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious. That I was going to mess up the whole vibe. Well, that vibe would have been messed up, man. I'm not taking no drug. I'm not taking no shit that I don't know what the ketamine, I don't know what that is. I'm not taking it, man. Y'all good. You don't let me mess up the vibe. You know what I mean? If I, hold on, you know what? Better yet, let me get me an Uber, man. You know what I mean? I'm gone. I can holler at y'all back at the office, man. I definitely don't want to mess up the vibe, but I'm definitely not taking no ketamine and no drugs that I don't know what it is. You don't even know what that stuff will do to you. You know what I mean? He got close to my face and humiliated me, so I felt under peer pressure. Come on, man, get out of here. Look. I told you, look, Mia, he separated out a dose and made me snort it. He ain't make you do shit. Stop it. He ain't make you do nothing. Hey, Mo Better, you called it, Mo Better. Mo Better, you called it, man. You called it, man. He separated out a dose and made me snort it. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. What the hell is the K-hole? I'd seen a person, it looked like an exorcism. Prosecutors, did you want to take the ketamine? Mia, I didn't feel I had a choice. See, she had a choice whether she wanted to help Cassie hide from Diddy, right? She had a choice of whether she wanted to get on the plane and go to Turks and Caicos. She had a choice whether she wanted to go to Cannes to the film festival. She had a choice in all of these other situations. But on this particular day, she had a choice, even if she wanted to do the ecstasy, the MDMA, right? She had a choice. But on this particular day, involving the ketamine, she felt like she didn't have a choice. Ladies in the chat, I just want your honest opinion. Do you feel like she had a choice? Yaya kids, you feel like she had a choice? Exotic Beauty. Right. That's what I'm saying. She had no choice. She stayed around all this time and had no choice, ladies and gentlemen. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is crazy. Absolutely. Absolutely. Country 87, thank you. Queen for Life, thank you. What's that? Amignon, thank you. Wiggly's Game Girl, thank you. See, like I said, this is the thing, and like I said, and I don't like to group all women because all women should never be grouped in. But you have people who are bad, like you have men who are like Diddy is a bad representation of men because all men don't act under this You know, and especially with the wealth and the things that he had, all men don't act under this pressure. Something, you know what? You want to leave, you don't want to do it. I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? You know, I don't need no company from that perspective. And just like, you know, some women who make other women look bad. Like I said, you got women out here be like, you know what? No, I'm good. Ain't no pressure coming. Even if the pressure come, I said I'm good. You know what I mean? And they can stand 10 toes down on what they agree with and disagree with. This situation here has kind of gotten out of hand because nobody in his atmosphere or in his immediate environment who are supposed to be employees, right? You know what I mean? Remember, Diddy was talking about the boy, the one kid who he caught smoking marijuana from that perspective and dealing with catching him smoking. Okay, so he said, yo, if you was man enough to smoke, you man enough to tell me. If I catch you doing it again, you know what I mean? I'm going to suspend you. Now, she said she got suspended for insubordination, right? Right? So now, if she's there and she's working, you know, the number one first thing that will come to my mind is I'm on the clock. I don't do drugs. Number one, I don't do that. Number two, I'm working and I must maintain a professional relationship at all times. All of that was out the door, ladies and gentlemen. That had nothing to do with Diddy. That was her trying to ingratiate herself to the situation. Like he said when he gave her the MDMA. Oh, you know, he told me I was part of the Breakfast Club. Oh, so you was in now. Right. Come on, man. Stop it. It's crazy. Right? Did you take drugs while working? I just talked about that, right? Look, listen, y'all. Did you take drugs while working? We was always working, right? Once on the way to Chelsea Handler prosecution. How did Mr. Combs treat you, Mia? Sometimes like best friend and working partner. Sometimes like a worthless piece of crap, right? Prosecution. How would he compliment you, Mia? My work, he'd give me life advice, and he didn't give you none of them bonuses. You know what I mean? So earlier she was talking about she's supposed to get bonus. My work, he would compliment. He'd give me life advice, prosecution, and to tell you you were worthless, Mia. Long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was, and threatened my job. Here come the threatening of the job again. But he gave you ketamine. That didn't threaten your job. That didn't threaten your... See, this is what I'm talking about. That didn't threaten your health. That didn't threaten your well-being. So you were more concerned about other things than you were worried about your own health based on the fact that you would let him introduce you to a drug that you wasn't even sure what it would do to your body or how it would make you feel. So she valued other things more than she valued her own safety, her own well-being. Think about it for a minute. Right. Prosecution. How would he compliment you? My work advice, the extended rants, I was stupid. Prosecution. Anything physical? Throw things at me? She already testified to that. Okay. He would throw things at you, right? Where is the criminal intent involving a racketeering and corrupt organization, ladies and gentlemen? We have not reached that. We've talking about drug use. We're talking about domestic violence. We have not talked about any kind of I have yet to see it. Right? She talking about, I cleaned up the room. That's a job an assistant would do. You know, you did not help further any kind of criminal organization. Come on, man. Prosecutors, right? Did he talk about jobs for you? Mia, yes. Before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. Pause, ladies and gentlemen. For the people that just came in the chat that don't know, she said that she was a partner in Revolt Films, along with also still doing personal assistant duties. Is that not a promotion and moving upward in the job? Right? Right? So she's saying, yes, before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. I told him I wanted to create and develop TV shows, especially comedy. He said that's what he wanted to do too. then he'd take away my credits. Ladies and gentlemen, this is someone right here who was looking to climb the ladder any way that they could, taking ketamine, MDMA, or any kind of drugs to ingratiate herself into Puffy's atmosphere, right? She was willing to do anything. And then, you know, I don't know if Diddy was playing on that, you know what I mean, whatever, then he'd take away my credits, right? Why didn't you leave? Why didn't you file a lawsuit? You can continue to do ketamine. You continue to do MDMA. Come on, man. Wow. This shit is just, this is pathetic, man. When the opportunities don't materialize, right? Prosecutors, what did he throw at you? Mia, a bowl of spaghetti, turkey meat, a computer, a phone. Prosecutors, let's talk about the spaghetti. Did he throw bread at you too? What did he tell you to do? Mia, to go get people, but I needed to change my tampon. He yelled, yo, girl, I said do it now. What? 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 You can clearly see as we read what they're testifying to in court. But he said, but I needed to change my tampon, he yelled. How would he know that you needed to change your tampon? I guess we're gonna get to that, huh, ladies and gentlemen? Yeah, I think it was if this is Rita Ora, like I said, we don't know. That's who they say it is. I think that they admitted that they did have some kind of relationship before or whatever, right? We're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. And if they were dealing with each other, then her credibility is done. Because she was trying to get in the spot. When she let Diddy know that Cassie was dealing with Kid Cudi, she was trying to get in the spot all along. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Right? He said, Mia, blood was dripping down my leg. I said, I have to go and change my tampon. Prosecutors, what did Mr. Combs do? He threw a bowl of his spaghetti at me, then said, get the fuck out of my house. He chased me out. I was barefoot. I hid in the bush. Then to a hotel. I don't even know how to even deal with that one. I just don't. I'm gonna exercise my right to remain silent on that one. I just don't. He said turkey means queen for life. Yeah, that's what it seemed like she was at. But hold on. You at his house, how you hiding in the bushes like he don't know where the bush is at in his own house? I mean, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure that out. Somebody help me. She hiding in the bushes at his house as if he don't know he got the bushes in his own house. I'm hiding in the bushes. I could see if it was an unfamiliar place, right? Then you wouldn't know where she would be, right? But I was hiding in the bushes. We're going to call them bushmasters in a minute. Wow. Prosecutors, what did HR tell you? Human resources. What did human resources tell you? Mia, that I was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Puff wanted, right? Prosecutors, where were you when he threw a computer at you? Mia, in a trailer. Swizz Beatz was there. Uh-oh. Swizz Beatz, are you witnessing violence, sir? Swizz Beatz, they done threw you in the mix, man. They done threw you in the mix, Swizz. Somebody call Alicia Keys and tell Alicia Keys that Swizz was there witnessing violence, allegedly, according to Mia. In the trailer, Swizz Beatz was there. The Wi-Fi was broken, and I went to look into it, right? Wow. They're going to try to keep her on. They're going to try to keep her, what the prosecution said, they're going to try to keep her on the stand damn near for the rest of the evening. Usually, they stop at around about 3:30. Sometimes they go to 4. Yesterday, they went to 4 o'clock. So, we don't know. And if they do stop, then it wouldn't be enough time for Brian Steele to really, like I said, I would think he would want to start right away. And I would think that he's still taking notes, if you will. Oh, Mia, I came back and said they're working on it. So she said she went to check on the Wi-Fi. She came back and said that they're working on it, right? The prosecutor, what did Mr. Combs do? Mia, I said I should talk to Bill. Mia said, she said that Puffy said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had to. Then threw the computer at my head hard. It just missed. I ran and hid behind the luggage van. And so it wasn't the bushes this time. She said she ran and hid behind the luggage van. I don't know, man. Like I said, this is all testimony. Once again, taking all of this abuse, taking all of this, making you do drugs. You do drugs. He tell you you're part of the Breakfast Club. You blur the lines from employee to personal relationships when in fact you're supposed to be a professional at all times. And and basically this young lady by the name of Mia wants everybody to believe that she was not complicit in her own behavior. And it was the force and the manipulation of Sean P. Diddy Combs that made her do it. Not the paycheck that she was receiving, not the flights to the private island, the Turks and Caicos, to Cannes Film Festival, the private jet, all of those things, right? She was the one that told Diddy that Cassie was messing with Kid Cudi. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Then 1 minute she working for Diddy, she got to keep an eye on Cassie, as an employee. And then the next minute she go to the Prince party, she's colluding with Cassie to do sneaky stuff. And then now all of a sudden it's somebody else's fault. I can't even, I don't even know, man. Prosecution, how did you feel after he threw the computer at her, allegedly? Mia, I wondered, what did I do to make him do me like this, right? Like me like this. Like this to me. Be like this to me, I guess. Sometimes they do mistypes, if you want. Be clear, so it might not look the way it's supposed to. The prosecutor, did he hurt you? Mia, Turks and Caicos, and at the Revolt offices. Prosecution, where were you at Turks? Mia, a hammock by my room. Puff dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Okay, that's what she's saying. She said Puff in Turks and Caicos, he hit her with the ice bucket challenge. You know what I mean? He hit her with the ice bucket challenge, and he was screaming at her. So, oh boy. It's a tangle web, man. It's a tangle web, man. It's a tangle web. Mia, then Puff took my phone. I didn't want him to see it. The team, we'd messaged about his moods. I didn't want him to see it, so I jumped on his back. What? What the fuck? Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Then Puff took my phone. I didn't want him to see it. The team, we'd message about his moods. I didn't want him to see it, so I jumped on his back. So you assaulted him after he took your phone, allegedly. You assaulted him, right? Okay. Listen, if somebody else, if it's you, me, anybody else, that's the charge they're giving us, ladies and gentlemen. The justice is supposed to cut one way, not three ways, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecutor, what did he do? He threw me back into the pool. Okay. You jumped on his back, right? Evidently, he felt that y'all relationship was that cool, right? I mean, you know, like I said, we listening, ladies and gentlemen. We don't know nothing. We don't know nothing about nothing that's going on at this particular time. You know, all we know is what they telling us in the court. So she said he grabbed her phone and she didn't want him to see the little side conversations and underhand conversations that she was having about him. And so therefore she jumped on his back. And when she jumped on his back, he threw her into the pool. But forget about the fact that she jumped on his back. He threw me in the pool. Right? Prosecution. And at the Revolt TV, Mia, he was using my phone and I didn't want him to see my Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute he grabbed her phone in Turks and Caicos, right? At the Revolt office, basically, Mia said he was using my phone and I didn't want him to see my messages. Maybe I called him an asshole. No, maybe? Oh, come on now. You remember all of these details. You know whether you called him an asshole or not, correct? Just say that you did. It's cool, because he is. And in some ways, right? I tried to get the phone back. He ran into the bathroom and then slammed the door on my arm repeatedly. What? Prosecution, injuries, Mia, bruises. That don't sound like that was a situation where somebody was, that sound like they was play fighting or they was, you know what I mean? It was a little something more going on. You know what I mean? He was using my phone and I didn't want him to see my messages and blah, blah, blah. Once again, she has blurred the lines, right? She has blurred the lines from employee. Now she joined the Breakfast Club. And then now she had joined the Ketamine Club, right? She had did all of these things. So she blurred the lines. Wow. Now first he took her phone in Turks and Caicos. Now she let him use a phone at the Revolt offices, but she still didn't want him to see the messages. So she couldn't tell him if he asked her, "Can I use your phone?" And she was like, she couldn't say no. I didn't, why didn't you tell him no that you couldn't use his phone? That's the question. There should be the next question. Because if I felt like I didn't let him use my phone, he would fire me. Come on, man. Yeah. Yeah, Lola Grace, that's speculation. Only thing we dealing with over here is what's actually being testified to in court. We ain't, like I said, at the end of the day, that's the only thing we can really go on. You know what I mean? And the consistencies and inconsistencies as to what Mia's testifying to. Not only that, but just using, like I said, Lola Grace, check this out. Just you being a woman, right? And the common sense things that you would do or wouldn't do, right? When we think about it from that perspective. So you have to understand that. So you got to ask yourself, like, in understanding, if you've been here all day, understanding some of the things that she's testified to, is that normal for you as a woman, right? Or is it not normal for you as a woman? You know, what somebody else is or what they isn't or ain't saying, we don't know yet, right? Right. Right? Like I said, you know, like you said, SLE 44, you know, getting your ass kicked 365 days at work nonstop. I mean, that's basically what it sounds like, you know. Queen for life. Some don't have common sense. We say not common anymore. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're just listening to what's being said. You know, we move past the drug and then understand there's the prosecution is just all over the place with the testimony that they're trying to elicit from her. They're not giving us a timeline. If they gave us a timeline, and hopefully Brian Steele doing cross-examination can probably put in a timeline as to when all of this happened. Because if you put in a timeline, then you can really look at what this really is versus what they're trying to make it seem, right? Prosecution. Did you see him later? Mia, at the studio. He told me, he sent me all my compromising photos to him, to his phone, in case I had stuff on him. Kind of like a bullying joke. Prosecution. How did you take it? Mia, I had no photos, so I knew he was lying. Right? Okay. That wasn't a red flag, though. Once again, here's a red flag again. That wasn't a red flag when he said that. Oh, he willing to lie. Oh, he'll say anything. Somebody tell me something like that, and I know that they willing to say anything. They'll say anything, and it, like I said, it's one of what you call those kind of lies. I can't think of it right now. I'll think of it in a minute. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. SLE 44. Why not quit now? You see that he just lied. I mean, from that perspective, talking about he sent compromising pictures to his phone. So if she had something on him, like what would she have on him? Unless they ain't talked about something yet that they need to get to. Absolutely. I thought about the same thing, Ray Johnson. They say they scared, but then they jumped on his back. I was like, man, this is the inconsistencies, man. So she said, so I knew he was lying. Okay, cool. Now you know that, right? Like I said, all of the thoughts and things, like I thought he was too more powerful than the police. AUSA, what are these? Mia, my emails with Tony and Shannon. I said Puff took my phone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked, what happened? I said, definitely an in-person story. Oh, why? I wouldn't put violence in writing. Oh, God. Come on, man. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, did y'all hear what she just said? I wouldn't put violence in writing. What does she mean? She just said, in this instance right here, she just testified that he took her phone and then she tried to get it back. And then I guess her arm got caught in the door. Then she said he slammed the arm in the door again and again. And for whatever reason, she got her phone back. Listen, hold on, y'all. Did y'all hear that? She said she got her phone back and that he texted all of her photos to his phone, right? In case she had something on him. But now she's telling Tony and Shannon, I said Puff took my phone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked what happened. I said definitely an in-person story, right? AUSA, why? I wouldn't put violence in writing. Okay, let's see where this is going. Like I said, once again, Diddy, for hitting on women, like I said, wrong, should have been locked up long time ago, ladies and gentlemen. AUSA, who was Matt? Mia, Puff's engineer. At one point, we dated. Oh, okay. So now she dating the engineer. Woo-wee. What's really going on, y'all? What's really going on? She done took ketamine. She done took MDMA. She part of the Breakfast Club. She dating the engineer. She telling Diddy about Cassie messing with Kid Cudi. And then when Diddy get mad, she trying to help Cassie hide from Diddy. Right? She started Revolt Films with Diddy. Right? But then before that, she claimed that she was being forced to work, forced labor, if you will. I still don't see where the labor was forced. I still don't, like, if you work long hours, you work long hours because that's what the job requires, right? But there are state laws and federal laws as to how long you can work and all of those things. Those were EEOC complaints. She never did that. So she dated the engineer. Wow. That corporate ladder something, man. The judge said they're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. They taking a break right now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we here though. We here though. I think they might go till 4 today. I think they're going to go till 4 today. Right? The judge like a break if I like and can support. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, man, they're taking a break, man. They're taking a break. Let me give y'all some of this other game. Check this out. Hold on. Like I said, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate each and every one of you. Hit the like button, hit the share button. Let's get the likes up. You know what I mean? Tell a friend this is what we're doing Monday through Friday as long as the case is going on. We're giving gavel-to-gavel coverage by way of inner city press. Say basically doing ongoing testimony, Mia, a former assistant to Sean Diddy Combs, recounted a moment that left a lasting impression on her. She described a time when she was with Cassie Ventura in Los Angeles, just before one of Ventura's hotel stays with Combs. Mia testified that they were sitting in Ventura's car when Ventura received a message on her phone. She looked at it and became visibly upset. Mia recalled, she told me, Puff wants to have a hotel night. According to Mia, the mood shifted immediately. Ventura's demeanor changed, not with anger, but anxiety. She was, I don't know how in the hell she knows she was feeling anxiety, man. See what I mean? Come on, y'all. According to Mia, the mood shifted immediately. Ventura's demeanor changed, not with anger, but anxiety. She wasn't just upset. She looked nervous, really nervous. Mia said, adding that the stress was so intense, it triggered physical symptoms. She started having stomach issues because of it. Mia has previously testified that these hotel nights followed a troubling pattern. But as to testifying to how she felt, I can't really see that. But like I said, everybody, everybody got a story to tell, So I guess this was hers. And that's just what was going on at that particular time, right? Let's see what else we got here. Combs took ketamine, other pills at inappropriate time, witness says, right? The defendant was frequently taking ketamine and other drugs, often at inappropriate times, Mia said. She recalled him once taking the drugs on his way for an appearance with Chelsea Handler, right? The witness said hitting the road with Combs was like being with a traveling medicine cabinet, as pills were stashed in plastic bags and or Louis Vuitton pouch. Okay. But then he made you use ketamine, is what you're saying? CNN is reporting basically Mia's testimony is helping build prosecution's case on racketeering conspiracy charge. One of Sean Diddy Combs' legal former assistants has been on the stand Thursday providing key testimony, so CNN is saying, for the prosecution's case, specifically with regard to racketeering and conspiracy charge. Former prosecutor in criminal defense Imran Ansari told CNN, the witness testifying under the pseudonym Mia has so far testified that Combs was violent with her, accused him of sexually assaulting her, and has detailed what she observed about the relationship between Combs and Cassie. Yeah, that's physical violence. That ain't no what's the name. But okay, if that's what they trying to tell us, man, let them tell us. Well, we know what side of the game CNN on, right? Because they exposed the video, so we already know what they where they lean into, right? Mia's testimony. Listen, it says Mia's testimony is key to the prosecution because she's corroborating what past witnesses, including Ventura and celebrity stylist Deontay Nash, have so far said on the stand. The key witness because it's taking the he said, she said out of the equation and supporting Ventura's testimony, right? It's giving a picture to the jury of an enterprise rather than just say an entertainment. No motherfucking enterprise. Man, stop with that shit. Stop with that. I was giving an enterprise when all of them taking drugs. What do you mean? It's an enterprise. The girl said she was an assistant. She was an employee. She helped start a company. This is crazy. They'll get lawyers to speak on anything, man. Hold on. It said listen, that is key because it's taking the he said, she said out of the equation and supporting Cassie Ventura's testimony that she was domestically abused. Absolutely, right? It's giving the picture to the jury of an enterprise. No, it's not. Not because you said so. Rather than just say an entertainment company that Diddy was running, where there is coercion, there's control, it's dysfunctional, right? If there's a criminal enterprise, it's definitely not dysfunctional. That thing's running like a smoothly oiled machine, right? And Sorry said, and the jury through the prosecution can connect the dots. No, what dots? That you're saying that they're connecting? See how people speak when they speak like that? Like I said, instead of saying, hey, you know what? This is what's going on. Ultimately, that was not necessarily an atmosphere that was healthy, but it's rather a totality of circumstances. Diddy was in control. Of course, he was the boss. And it was toxic. Right. The relationship with Cassie. Well, what else they trying to get us to believe, man? This is funny. Yo, it's funny when you hear like talking heads and pundits get on television shows and they start talking about certain things, right? And it's like they start talking like, well, they're laying out the foundation for ba da 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 da. And like I said, if they're not in the courtroom or listening to what's being said, and he continues, her testimony, not just about Ventura, but about her personal experience with Combs, fits into the racketeering conspiracy charge. And sorry said, adding that it's giving the jury an idea, a picture, he uses that word, a picture once again, that Diddy was complicit and conspiring in the racketeering charges. What racketeering? What are you talking about? He didn't state one criminal element as to the racketeering. He just said painting a picture, right? And these went beyond just individuals' acts and were patterns of conduct. Wow. Like I said, two people can be watching the same TV show and their total interpretation of what they're watching can be different. Right? That's just, that's life, man. That's life. That's life. Two people can be watching the same TV show and they just be talking, man, and come up with two different. We sitting here, ladies and gentlemen, we sitting here right now basically getting the gavel-to-gavel coverage of what's going on in the courtroom to the best of our knowledge. And like I said, the inner city press is inside of the courtroom as the testimony is built. So when somebody jumps on CNN or any other news network, right, and tells us that something's going on that's not actually going on, right, and they're not telling the whole truth. Oh, yeah, she used ketamine. Oh, yeah, she did drugs. Oh, yeah, she was trying to hide Cassie from Diddy and blah, blah, blah. That's not laying out no conspiracy involving racketeering, right? That's being complicit in helping facilitate domestic violence. Because one minute you hiding him, the next minute you telling him that she messing with somebody else, knowing you claim to know the guy's temper. Why would you do that? You putting Cassie in harm's way when she told Diddy that, yeah, she dating somebody else. Kid Cudi. Right? But like I said, once again, no accountability, man, at all. So, yeah. Yeah, right. Cut creatives. Call human resources. She said she talked to human resources. You know what I mean? But like I said, she stayed around. She stayed around, man. Yeah, like I said, no negative energy, man. We keeping it positive, man, dealing with nothing but facts. I mean, like I said, we over here, you can always, look, you can always expect people to come when you're having something great going on. You can always expect people to come to try to, throw a little dirt, little salt, a little whatever, right? But we're not even going to even pay attention to that. That just goes to show you that we on the right path and doing the right things. You know what they say, man, if they not talking about you, man, you ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? If they not trying to disrupt it, you ain't doing nothing. So it's all good. Yeah, this is definitely interesting, man. Like I say, once again, I'm just looking for the if I'm sitting on the jury and I'm listening to all of this, I don't see no criminal element. I see a lot of people doing drugs, a lot of domestic violence, a lot of fighting, a lot of petty stuff, a lot of Puffy being petty, you know what I mean? Acting like a little spoiled, petulant child, snatching people's phones. Like I said, if all of what she's saying or partially what she's saying is true, snatching all of this, trying to do the, his little world, and when he can't get what he want, he gonna take his ball and go home, or better yet, he's gonna get violent. You know what I mean? And like I say once again, it's up to the other people to decide whether they want to play ball with him or not. You know what I mean? One can definitely go home and say, you know what? I'm gonna wait till I can get my own ball, or better yet, get me a ball and go play on a different court. It's just as simple as that, man. It's just as simple as that. Like I said, you know, she told us how she felt. There's a whole bunch of feelings going on, and not to disregard her feelings. Like I said, I always like to say, you have a right to your feelings, right? But your feelings don't make you right. I'm gonna say it again. You have a right to your feelings, but your feelings don't make you right. That go for man, a woman, or a child. So. Yeah, I mean, like I said, who did he traffic for sex though? Who did he? And you got to understand something. Who did he? Like I can understand like pimp and pandering, right? And there's a benefit. What benefit did he draw from trafficking anybody from sex? That's the thing I'm trying to get, right? Absolutely, the government paying for the witness flights. Their hotels too. They're paying for it all. Yeah. So, but no, like I said, when with the question that was just asked, but who was being sex trafficked? This was a relationship that involved Cassie and Diddy doing threesomes and inviting people into their relationship, right? Who to be sex trafficked, one would have to be working on the other side. See, you notice, and I'm going to tell you something that you notice. You notice none of these people who they allegedly like the escorts, right? You would go after the escort services, right? Those are the people that are sex trafficking. They're trafficking and making a profit off of someone engaging in sexual activity, right? Diddy was not in profiting or benefiting off of, where was the financial benefit? From what we've heard so far, the only money that exchanged hands was Cassie to the Punisher, Cassie to Daniel Phillips. That's the only two things that we've heard so far. Mia just said she would go get money and bring thousands of dollars to the room in cash, right? So where was the benefit for Diddy? Like I said, was there what financial benefit? See, like I said, you got to be able to link what financial benefit did Diddy gain? Also, where did that money go to build his empire? None of that. You don't do so. Him having threesomes with Cassie benefited his business how? No, I'm asking for people who saying that his threesomes with Cassie benefited his business how? He was paying her rent, her car, her credit cards, her phone bill. So how did that benefit his business? And how do you tie that into his business financially? Nobody said that they were drugged. I hadn't heard nobody testify yet that said that they were drugged. Not one person. Not one person came. Hold on. The escorts, they didn't say that they was drugged, right? Everybody had a clear conscience and clear mind. From what I understand, Cassie admitted to doing drugs on her own. Mia just admitted that when Diddy gave her MDMA, she took it and he told her she was part of the Breakfast Club now, part of the cool crowd, the in crowd, and then basically wanted us to look at it like, oh, that she wasn't responsible for it. It was Diddy. When she took ketamine, she was like, I didn't feel like I had another choice. Right. Yeah. So this is the information that we've been receiving, ladies and gentlemen. Right? This is the information that we were receiving. We're not making none of this up. You can follow back and look at the whole video and see, and look at it for yourself. And when you look at it, you'll see like, okay, well, she's saying this. Well, he made it. You know what I mean? Like, nah. And like I said, I'm going to give you a prime example. I'm going to give you a prime example of what I'm talking about. Check this out. And you can read between the lines. You're looking at what the person is saying, but then look at what they're not saying. I want you to pay attention to this. Check this out. See right here? What she says, the prosecutor asks, so at Revolt TV, he was using my phone. He didn't take the phone at this particular time. He was using my phone, and I didn't want him to see my messages. Maybe I called him an asshole. What you mean maybe? You know whether you did or not, right? I tried to get my phone back, and he ran into the bathroom, then slammed the door on my arm repeatedly. Ladies and gentlemen, if you run into the bathroom, right, it would have to be a conscious thing where you turn around and your arm is in the bathroom, or your arm may have gotten shut in the bathroom door. So she was basically saying that her arm was in there, he just slamming the door on her arm. I mean, this is what you would believe if you're looking or listening to what's being said. Like I said, I'm not going to tell you what to think, but this is what's being said. Did she call the police? Right? The prosecutor said injuries. She said bruises. Like I said, I don't really know what to make of it. I truly don't. Don't know what to make of it, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, they're back. Let's go. The prosecution. Here we go. We're going to get into the meat and potatoes of this now. The prosecution. They're back. The sexual assaults. When did they occur? Mia, when I was working for Puff. Prosecution. Where was the first time? Mia, the Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday party. Prosecution. Were you his personal assistant? Yes. I'd been there only a few months. Ladies and gentlemen, she had been there only a few months. She didn't tell Cassie. She didn't report it to the police. I'm just saying for the intelligent women in the chat, tell me what would you do? Tell me what would you do? I need to, because I need to be able to understand. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I mean? But tell me what would you do? Basically, she said I'd have been there only a few months. She had been working for him for a few months. This is what she testified to. So we're getting back to the sexual assault aspect of what's going on. Click the like button, click the share button, hit the thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen, please. I appreciate you guys. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do. Prosecution. What rooms did Mr. Combs rent out? Mia. The penthouse. Party guests and celebrities there. Prosecution. What did Mr. Combs do? Mia. He asked to speak to me in the kitchen. Prosecution. What did he do? He had everyone else clear the room. No, she's not asking you that. She's asking you, what did he do to you? But she keep with the little minute, what's the name? What did he do? What did he do? Is what she's trying to get at, basically. So that's where we at, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hit the like button, man. Click the share button. Let them know we over here on Straight Game TV, man. Mr. Self-Respect. Even if P. Diddy beat the rap, his public image has suffered. Oh, yeah, he's done. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. Who was that? Who was that over here, man? I ain't even see that one, man. Who was that? Yaya Kids. Thank you, Yaya Kids. I appreciate you for that 100. I appreciate you. Hey, stay with us, Yaya Kids. Don't go nowhere now. Like I said, once again, we just trying to do the best we can do over here. If P. Diddy beat the rap, his public image has suffered, and non-black folks are gonna ain't do no business. Absolutely. Like I said, at the end of the day, when we think about who he is as an individual, like I said, I told you guys, the Tupac thing, I believe that he definitely put a hit on Tupac and Suge. I mean, being to see how petty he is, if some of or all of what this young lady is saying and all of the corroborating stories that we've come to understand are true. So, like I said, at the end of the day, none of those were tried in court. None of those charges with the Tupac situation, none of that. We're talking about a RICO Act, a criminal organization. This was not a criminal organization, ladies and gentlemen. This was not the mafia. This was not, John Gotti. This was nothing like that. You have a one-person RICO, ladies and gentlemen. It's hella hard to prove. It's hella hard to prove. Thanks again, Yaya Kids. I appreciate you. Like I said, keep coming back. More importantly, it ain't about the dough, but I appreciate the donation. It's more about just having you guys, and we can sit back and we can chop it up. You know what I mean? And really, talk about what we talking about. So let's see. We trying to get to what it is, involving this sexual assault thing, ladies and gentlemen. They came back to it. Said the prosecutor, what did he say? That we're going to be working closer together. He poured us 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday. Prosecutors, what did you do with the shot? I took them. They hit me hard. Usually I could take it easily. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, she is partaking, right? She has crossed the line. The line. Like, is she working? Or is they celebrating? You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out which one is it, ladies and gentlemen. Right? I'm trying to figure out if they working or they celebrating. Because I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Mia, my eyes couldn't focus. His face was close. He put his arms inside my dress and kissed me. Prosecutors, did you want him to? No. Prosecutors, were you able to say no? Mia, I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was happening. Okay. Fair to say, like I say, I'm not even going to say nothing about that. This is her experience that she said she had with Diddy. I definitely don't disrespect any type of sexual assault victims or anything like that. Somebody explaining what's going on. This is what she said that happened to her. Okay. Were you able to say no? She said, I was shocked. I froze. I didn't process what was going on, what was happening. Classy said, I can't be bothered. This prosecution can't think the jurors are stupid to buy this nonsense. These are lies. Story is too soap. What is that? Too soapy. Yeah, I like I said once again, I don't know what to believe. You know what I mean? From that perspective. But like I said, this is what they're saying. This is what they're saying, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get to the next one. Mia, next thing I knew, it was morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. Prosecutors, how had you looked at she said, how had you looked at him, Mia, like an older adult? He was the boss or the king. See, stop it. See what I mean? See, stop it. Stop it. Right, immediately, ladies and gentlemen. He was like the boss of the king. What are they talking about? Right? Prosecutors, what were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. A huge accident. What? What? She's saying what? She slept with him? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. See, this part right here I got a problem with, right? So Mia, next thing I knew, it was morning. So she claimed to not even remember what happened, right? I was in a chair in the penthouse. Prosecutors, how had you looked at him, Mia, like an older adult? Come on, he gave you ketamine and MDMA. You said that he was the devil. He was the boss or the king. See, these words, that boss, that king word, right? He was your boss, right? A king, I don't know about all that. King of what? You know what I mean? Prosecutions, what were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. What would happen again? A huge accident. What do you mean a huge accident? An accident? How could you describe him doing something to you unbecoming or sexually assaulting you as an accident? It was intentional, right? Her explaining that doesn't even sound right. I'm just saying. He'd say what he say. He said, Mia's stories are bad. They're like soap operas. Hold on. A huge accident. Okay. So this sounds like the Little Rod story, though. And it's like, it's like this happened, I woke up but Little Rod took pictures of the girls that was in the bed with him and the Diddy, allegedly. I'm like, well, he was conscious enough to take pictures. You know what I mean? And he stayed around. So what she's basically saying is she didn't move, leave, or do none of that. Like I said, this is what they saying, not us, man. This is what they saying to us. We just listening. Prosecutors, were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable sexually? Mia, yes. I had to carry bags to his room. Downstairs was Uncle Paulie. Prosecution, what did he say to you? Combs, Steele, objection. Judge, grounds, hearsay. USA for the effect. She said for the effect. I don't know if it is for the effect or for the truth. For the effect. Overruled. The judge overruled Diddy's lawyer's objection. So they never, unless they said some things that were unbecoming. I mean, she never got a chance to say what actually happened. I mean, whether they slept together, what did he do, what happened? You know what I mean? She didn't elaborate on any of that. So I'm not really sure. Right? So, okay, here we go. Ex-assistant testifies Combs sexually assaulted her multiple times. Mia, one of Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant, testified that Combs sexually assaulted her multiple times while she worked for him. She said Cassie Ventura was not present when the assaults occurred, and she didn't tell her about them. Right. So she didn't tell Cassie about it. Right. Why? She told Cassie about Kid Cudi, though. Ladies and gentlemen, y'all listening to this? This is coming from a different source, ladies and gentlemen. So Mia is saying that Diddy sexually assaulted her, but she didn't tell Cassie about it. But Mia felt that it was her business to tell Cassie to tell Diddy that Cassie was messing around with Kid Cudi. See what I'm saying? See how it doesn't make sense? So her voice dropped to nearly a whisper when she confirms that Combs sexually assaulted her and said it happened sporadically throughout their employment with her employment with him. Come on, y'all. Like I said, this is what we listening to, man. This is what we listening to. This is what they telling. This is what they telling us. We moving on, ladies and gentlemen. She still stayed. She still worked for him after all of this. Why? We don't know. I tried to get the women to comment. Mia, I brought the bags. He asked me to pull up something on his computer. He came and sat next to me, leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way. Prosecutors, how did you feel? I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. Ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we here, ladies and gentlemen. Straight Game TV. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Tell a friend. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. So this was allegedly the second time she's saying that Diddy sexually assaulted her. Like I said, this is her story. My question, only question I always ask is, during the first time, she said, it was a horrible accident. Was she making excuses for him when she said it was a horrible accident, or it was an accident that she slept with him that she really didn't want to sleep with him? What was the accident? That was her testimony. That's not something that I said. That's something that came out of her mouth as her testimony, ladies and gentlemen. The prosecutor, where were you the next time Mr. Combs sexually assaulted? Well, she didn't say nothing. She said she had to pretend to go to the bathroom. So I don't know what happened there. She said, where were you the next time Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia, the Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. There was this weight of a person on me. Who? Puff. Like I said, we just listening. So she said, so this is the third time allegedly after the MDMA, the ketamine, after she said he assaulted her, insulted her, all of these things, and she stayed around. Yeah. Yeah, it's called perjury, man. If they get caught lying. But see, I don't think that she probably think that she got. I think Diddy and them probably got some. I think they got some. What's the name, man? I got back. Guarantee they probably got some digital communications. Yeah, we'll see. We're gonna see, man. We're gonna see. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Mia, she said it was so fast, he used one hand to get in my pants undone. He put himself inside me. Prosecutor, you mean his penis inside you? Mia, I just froze. She froze again, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecutors, how did you feel? Mia, terrified and confused and ashamed and scared. How long? Very quick. Like I said, I'm not going to say anything in regards to that. This is her explaining her experience with Diddy. Let that be what that is. Right. No, like I said, once again, she said first time, thought it was an accident. This time, she said it was very quick. He undone her pants. Did he yank them off? She said he used one hand to get my pants undone. He put himself inside. He got to go past. Don't your pants got to go past you? You can't. Like I said, you can't. You got to. Pants got to go past your legs. You know, you got to take them off. At least one leg off. You know what I mean? I mean, from how I'm the visual that I'm getting, right? But like I said, you know, this is her story, man. I'm letting her tell it. Yeah. I mean, all the other women, you know what I mean? You know, like I said, she stayed around. First this was forced labor. That's what they said it was. What's the name? Forced labor. It was very quick. Mia, but it felt like forever. But he wouldn't leave a job unfinished, right? Prosecutors, is that when it would end? Mia, yes. The next time, the Beverly Crest house. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia, the Beverly Crest house. I was on the bedroom closet floor, putting things in the bag. Then Puff was in the closet. Was he trapped? Right. Yeah. Ah, man. Like I said, this is her story, ladies and gentlemen. She's telling it. Like I said, we just here. We the juries of public opinion, if you will. She said she was I was in his bedroom closet floor, putting things in a bag. Then Puff was in the closet. Do. Mia, he had his penis out and he grabbed my head and cries, and she cries and put it in prosecution. Mr. Combs took his penis out and put it in your mouth? Mia, yes. I was frozen. She froze again. I didn't do anything. I just, then she sobs, right? AUSA, how did you feel? Like trash, scared and ashamed. So the first time he did it, she was scared and ashamed. The second time she did it, she was scared and ashamed. The third time she's alleging that he did it, she was scared and ashamed. Like I said, this is her story, her allegations. We don't know that it's true or not. If you want to believe it, you can believe it. Like I said, she said, and then he said, the prosecution asked, Mr. Combs took out his penis and put it in your mouth? Mia, yes. I was frozen. I didn't do anything. And then she cried. You just what? I mean, I hope that they got a chance to finish that, but Inner City Press didn't get a chance to, put it up. We can find it from another source. Let me see. Oh, man. She was dremeling to go after the other woman. And like I said, the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, and this is how I look at it. She had the audacity to go and tell Puffy that Cassie was messing with Kid Cudi. But when she says and alleging that Sean P. Diddy Combs was sexually assaulting her, she didn't go tell Cassie. Why? She didn't care about, breaking Cassie's heart or disappointing her in regards to, telling on her about Kid Cudi. So I guess I'm questioning motives here. But hey, man. Once again, she said, prosecutors asked, how long did it last? Mia, it was very fast. Prosecutors, were there other sexual assaults? Mia, yes. I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet. Remember I told y'all about them private jets and all of those fringe benefits, man, that was going down, man. One time so all of this is going on. She ain't reporting it to the police. She not telling Cassie. She not telling D-Rock. She not telling security. She not telling HR. She not telling nobody. But this is her story. We're going to go on with it. How long did it last? It was very fast. Were there other sexual assaults? Yes. I have a dark feeling. One time we were flying on a private jet. Everyone was asleep. Everybody was asleep? By the bathroom. There was a bed. I went by and he was standing right there. Ladies and gentlemen, Mia testifying, ladies and gentlemen, Mia. I see why she wanted to go under Mia. She didn't want her real name out there because people would criticize, her and who she is, but they're going to find out who it really is. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, like I said, if people want to be biased because they want to be biased, they want to, like I said, I'm totally unbiased. I'm listening to what she's saying, and I'm just asking the questions that any normal human being would ask. After the first time, why didn't you go to police? Why didn't you quit? Right? It was optional for you to stay there on the job. You chose not to. Totally understand. Your choice. Once again, so my question is, she said when he gave her ketamine, she felt like she didn't have a choice. So when it was time to go work the next day, did you feel like you had a choice or no? So there we go. Yeah. Mia, I tried to make it about she said, I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. It didn't work. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Pause right there. Ladies and gentlemen, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. She just testified on the stand after all of what she just said. Mia said, I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. Ain't that what you want them to do? Don't you want somebody to see or hear so they can come to your rescue and help you out? Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on here? She said, I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. So she basically says she's trying to tell him, like, somebody might hear. They might see us. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, am I tripping? Or is that what you guys are gaining too? Let me know in the chat, please. Let me know in the chat. She said, I tried to make it about people who might see or hear. It didn't work. You were on a private jet, 31,000 feet in the air, right? Everybody else sleep. You said you walk around the corner, he's standing there, and she said, I tried to make it about, other people who might see or hear. I don't think she should have told this story right here. This one right here, she should have left out. Because right here basically exposed the fact that she was conscious of what was going on. She was conscious of that other people were around. Right? She said, I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear. They might hear, they might see us, right? Right? How did you feel? Helpless. I had lost some layer of protection. I wasn't safe, terrified. Prosecution. Do you remember what happened? No. Ladies and gentlemen, here you have it right here. Plausible deniability. Ladies and gentlemen, she shouldn't have told the story about this one on the plane because now it basically compromises her whole, the integrity of what she's saying right now. And I'm not dismissing her or being dismissive at all, ladies and gentlemen. She said that she was on the plane and the same situation was going to happen after the first time. She didn't leave, didn't call the police, didn't tell Cassie, right? She and Cassie are still good friends up until this day, right? On the plane, she said, I tried to make it about other people who might see or hear it. It didn't work. And notice, every time that this situation allegedly happened, right? I'm trying to figure out when this happened. I'm going to tell you why I'm trying to figure out what this happened. And based on the timeline, ladies and gentlemen, if this happened, I don't know, before or after she told Cassie about Kid Cudi. is very important. It's very important. Why? Because she's already having a relationship with Diddy while he's still dealing with Cassie. We already know that it's going on simultaneously, but I want to know in and around about the time. Hopefully Brian Steele will get to this. In and around about the time that she alleged that the situation happened on the plane. Was this before or after you told her about Kid Cudi? Told Diddy about Kid Cudi? Because the appearance of this, it just doesn't look right, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just being honest with you. The optics of this don't look right from what she just said right there. I tried to make it about other people who might see her here. Evidently, it didn't really matter because, yeah. Ain't that what because you want somebody to see or hear you because you're being taken advantage of. And this is I'm just using straight logic, you know what I mean? As to what she's saying from what she's explaining, right? Do you remember? She said she didn't remember what happened. Prosecutor, was Cassie there? No. Remember I told you just now about Cassie never being there. Did you ever want these sexual acts with Combs? No. Prosecutors, did you ever tell him no? I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, was it about what he thought that he was doing was wrong? Or was it actually about what he was doing was wrong? You understand what I'm saying? You see it. The prosecution. Look, the prosecution. Was Cassie ever there? No, at none of these situations. Prosecution. Did you ever want these sexual acts with Mr. Combs? Mia, no. AUSA. Did you ever tell him no? Mia, I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. Then he would know that I thought what he was doing was wrong. It was wrong. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell are we watching? So after the first time, she called it a horrible accident and then thought it wouldn't happen again. On the plane, she said she tried to make it about other people who might see her or hear her. It didn't work. Do you remember what happened? No. She remembers what happened, but she can't explain it because if she explains it right, it's too explicit as to understand the atmosphere of the people who were around sleeping or whatever she said, right? Hear what? You enjoying it? Or hear what? You yelling out of frustration that he's taking advantage of you and you don't want that to happen, ladies and gentlemen. I'm asking common sense questions, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do so. I'm asking questions that common sense people would ask. Did you tell him no? I couldn't tell him no about a sandwich or anything. He would know that I thought that what he was doing was wrong. It was wrong. You did think it was wrong. What made her stay? Was it the money? Was it the private jets? What happened? Ladies and gentlemen, Mia, I didn't want to lose. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, now we understand. Now we're getting somewhere. I didn't want to lose everything that I had worked so hard for. This was the only world I had anymore. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Once again, you had the real world. Prosecutors, what would happen to your job? Mia, I would never work in the industry again. Prosecutors. And physically, Mia, that I'd be attacked. I don't want to die. Are you kidding me, ladies and gentlemen? Are you kidding me? The drama is just overwhelming. She hasn't died up until this point, but now she's saying on the stand, as of today, I don't want to die. Based on what? Based on what? Listen, Mia, he threatened that he would tell Cass that I had something to do with it. Uh-oh, ladies and gentlemen. So she didn't want Cassie to know. If you, something like that happened, I'd be like, go tell her. Give a fuck. Absolutely two things can be true at the same time. Right? Listen, he threatened that he would tell Cassie that I had something to do with it. Do with what? If it was against your will, you have every right to stand up. As a matter of fact, she had more right to stand up then than she does now. Prosecutors, how did you feel? Desperate and trapped. Worst scary situation. I would have done anything. It was my fault. Prosecution, did you tell anyone? She said, I think they're saying tell anyone. Did you tell anyone? No, I was going to die with this. But how come you came up in the courtroom now? You change your mind? And now you're going to file a civil lawsuit to get you some money. God have mercy. Like I said, at the end of the day, man, one can, you can fool everybody else, but one thing that I understood in life is you can't fool yourself, man. You can't fool yourself. You just can't fool yourself. You can't. You can't. And we sitting here and we watching this testimony, ladies and gentlemen. You can't. Like I said, you can't. You can't. You can't. And so Mia is up here telling us that, yeah, you can't. Mia, I would be humiliated. Never work again. That's not true. Because if you'd have reported it like what I guess what Cassie went through from that perspective, you'd have got a couple of million. You'd have been good if you invested your money, right? Right? Mia, I would be humiliated. Never work again. Prosecutors. And who would do these things? Mia Puff. That's speculation, right? Mia Puff and all his people. This was way before social media and Me Too. There was this confidentiality. What confidentiality? See, listen, ladies and gentlemen. I need you to listen. If you have not been paying attention to what she said, the same thing in regards to confidentiality when Cassie was being beaten and she was trying to hide Cassie from Puffy, ladies and gentlemen. Something about confidentiality, right? There's no confidentiality when somebody's taking advantage of you and you being assaulted like she claimed that she was, right? Did others speak up? Mia, Kayla Faulkner, not sure of the spelling, right? We're going to see. Like I said, I don't know, man. What I'm hearing, how I'm hearing it, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So she said Kayla Faulkner spoke up. Like, I guess Kayla Faulkner is going to be on the witness list next from that perspective. Prosecutors, how did you hear? Mia, I heard there was an urgent call among film people. Prosecutors, what did you hear? Judge, lay some context, right? Because she can't just come in there with some hearsay. I heard, lay some context. AUSA. See how, like I said, that's a lot of stuff that go on in like personal conversations with people talk, right? They don't lay no context to it. They just be like, yeah, and then they tell you what they heard. See, in court, you can't do that. We need context as to who, what, when, where. You know what I mean? Lay some context up. AUSA, who was on the call? HR, Sweet C executives, prosecutors. What were you told? Mia, if she sued, I'd have to testify. And like I said, I believe they're talking about this young lady, Kayla Faulkner. The question is, she said she heard about Kayla Faulkner, but the question is, Mia, why didn't you sue? Mia, I was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, and that's why she was fired. Hold on now. I was supposed to say that see now listen. She said she heard about Kayla Faulkner, and then she said she was supposed to say she was drinking and punched me, that's why she was fired. Prosecutors. Why was that why? No, it was because she complained. Prosecutors. Who else were you told you'd have to testify to? Have to testify. Mia, after Capricorn Clark. Oh, man. Yeah. I don't understand that one. Who said what? When else were you told you'd have to testify? She said after Capricorn Clark. I don't like I said, I don't know what they mean by that. Sometimes there's a typo. Prosecutors, did you have to testify? No. Why didn't you go to the police about Mr. Combs sexually harassing you? No, not sexually harassing. Sexually harassing. Sexually assaulting, according to her. Let's deal with the elephant in the room, if you will, right? Mia, I didn't even consider it. She says, I ain't even consider it. Yeah, kids, absolutely. Foundation is necessary. I didn't even consider it. Prosecutors, did you have experience with police? Mia, yes. I was speeding. I hadn't had time to get my license renewed. Well, cross-examination is a must-see movie, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think they're going to get to cross today. I think they might stop at 4 o'clock. I think they usually stop at 4 o'clock. I don't think they're gonna get the cross-examination today. They probably get to it tomorrow. But tomorrow it's gonna be must see. This is must see, man. This is actually must see. This is gonna be must see. YouTube live broadcast, court drama, testimony. Man, this is. I know Brian still over there licking his chops, man. He like, I'm gonna have a field day with this. Because guess what? It don't matter now. Everything gonna come out because whatever happened, if that's what she's saying. Right? Mia. It was the only time I name dropped. I told her who I work for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did. She laughed. Oh, Puff Daddy, I love you. Did you get a ticket? No. Oh, Lord. Ladies and gentlemen. She using Puff to get out of tickets. for trying to give that man a ticket today in court. Good God Almighty. Good God Almighty, man. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy on these people, man. Woo! It wasn't the only time. She said it was the only time I name dropped. Stop lying. Because you know that you name drop when you name drop. I told her who I work for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did, and she laughed. Oh, Puff Daddy, I love you. The prosecutor, did you get a ticket? No, because Diddy was my man. And me and him was, we was an item. We was a thing, right? She didn't tell the police, you know what? I got something I want to tell you. I was raped here, there, here. By who? By the same person that she just called on the phone to get out the ticket. She chose to go to name drop the other way instead of the name drop the way she should have went when she was in the presence of the police with nobody else around, right? You know they're going to hit on this on the cross-examination. Come on, man. Get the likes up, man. Subscribe to the channel if you didn't already, ladies and gentlemen. We only dealing with what we given. After everything was just said, she said, I got pulled over by the police. It was the only time my name dropped. I told her who I worked for, and she said, get him on the phone. I did. Ladies and gentlemen, she called Diddy up on the phone. Not that Diddy was, not that he wasn't too busy, whatever. She called him on the phone. He answered the phone. And the police officer allegedly said, Puff Daddy, I love you. Right? The prosecutor, did you get a ticket? No. My God. See, the mainstream media don't want us to get this truth, right? We got to, like I said, you got to do the research for yourself because they'll tell you whatever they think they want you to hear. Or better yet, not think that they want you to hear or what they want you to hear. It's just that simple. Hold on. Prosecutors, why didn't you tell us at first about the sexual assaults? Mia, it was the most shameful thing of my life. Prosecutors, did you get a lawyer for this testimony? Yes, she got a lawyer because she about to sue for that money. I just told y'all that a minute ago. You ain't got to believe me. You don't have to believe me. Yes. Did you speak about these sexual assaults before or after you got a lawyer? After. Why? Because she planned on filing a lawsuit. See what the prosecution is trying to do now? The prosecution is trying to get her to admit that, right? So that the defense doesn't come back and try to get her. But see, Brian Steele's so clever, he gonna come back and get her to admit it under a whole different circumstances of responses. Check this out now. Amazing. This is amazing. Good God Almighty, man. She's like, it was the only time I name dropped. You name dropped the guy who was allegedly sexually assaulting you to get out of a ticket. Get him on the phone. The woman police officer was like, Puff Daddy, I love you. Wow. Prosecutors, do you want to be talking about these sexual assaults? No, it's traumatizing. Prosecutors, why are you here today? The judge, Ms. Schmeiser, you've asked that already. Hello. The judge sitting there thinking like, my God. And listen, the judge heard that last piece of testimony about the police officer. And he was like, my God. My God. Are you kidding me? She just said that she testified to a police officer and got out of a ticket using the man's name that she just said SA'd her 3 times. She was in the police's presence, right? By herself, her and not a male officer, right? But a female officer who she could tell that to in confidence and possibly have something go. She chose to tell her who she worked for. The officer said, get him on the phone. She did, right? And the police officer said, Puff Daddy, I love you. And the prosecution asked her, did you get a ticket? And she said no. So now they about to, yeah. And so, like I said, Smizer, we could break here. Juries, we'll see you tomorrow. Y'all see what happened, ladies and gentlemen? Like I said, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for coming through here. We will be back tomorrow. Like I always say, right here, look, if you have not gotten this book right here, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur, by author Donald Richardson, no relation to me. He did 23 years in and out of New York State penitentiaries and chose to write a book. Like I said, when you read the book, you're going to understand the details and everything that goes into it. The stories talking about Diddy, talking about Haitian Jack, talking about Jimmy Henchman and the whole situation surrounding that. It was details in this book that I didn't know. That's why, like I said, I'm pushing it to you guys, man. More importantly, it's on Amazon. It's a must read. I would suggest, like, if you want an Amazon, because I like to have the physical book. I don't like to, I like to get the physical book, if you will, right? Like this. I like to get it. I like to get the physical book. It's on Amazon. You know what I mean? Like I said, I like to get the physical. You know what I mean? Like a lot of times people like to get the ebooks. It's your choice. I like to get the physical. You got to read this book, man. It's a lot of great information and a lot of authentic stories that I didn't know. You know what I mean? In regards to this whole situation, the Haitian Jack, the actual meeting Tupac had with Haitian Jack and Jimmy Henchman about the contract. It's a lot of stuff in there, man. Like I said, once again, I appreciate your time. Yo, we'll be back tomorrow, broadcasting live. Your boy DELRAY, straight gang.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.